Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The Mojave wasteland stretched endlessly toward the horizon, its vast expanse painted in hues of amber and gold as the sun began its gradual descent. Heat waves danced above the cracked earth, creating shimmering mirages in the distance, where sky seemed to melt into land. Rugged mountains rose in jagged silhouette against the burnished sky, their ancient faces weathered by nuclear winds and the relentless passage of time. In this harsh yet strangely beautiful landscape, silence reigned supreme, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of wind across sun-bleached rock. Along a forgotten highway that cut through this desolation like a faded scar, a solitary figure made steady progress toward a distant ridge. The traveler moved with the measured pace of someone familiar with the wasteland's unforgiving nature, conserving energy while maintaining vigilant awareness of surroundings. A weathered duster coat hung loosely around their frame, its once tan fabric now bleached almost white by countless days under the Mojave sun. A wide-brimmed hat provided what shade it could, while a scarf protected against both dust and the day's lingering heat. The traveler's destination rose gradually from the desert floor, a rocky ridge overlooking what had once been a major caravan route in years past. Now, like so many pathways in the wasteland, it saw little traffic beyond the occasional drifter or desperate merchant willing to risk the longer route to avoid taxation at established checkpoints. As they climbed the gentle slope leading to higher ground, the traveler noted signs of recent presence. A cleared path among loose stones, the occasional remnant of animal bones stripped clean and discarded. Cresting the ridge as evening approached, the wayfarer discovered what these subtle signs had suggested. A small encampment nestled among the rocks, positioned to overlook both the highway below and the surrounding desert. It was a sparse arrangement, a simple lean-to constructed of salvaged metal and sun-faded fabric, a stone-ringed fire pit with carefully arranged seating, and various handcrafted items hanging from a makeshift line, strung between two ancient fence posts that somehow remained upright after centuries in the unforgiving soil. More notable than these modest arrangements was the camp's lone occupant. An elderly man sat beside the unlit fire pit, his weathered hands working methodically at some small task between them. His appearance spoke of a harsh life lived without compromise, skin darkened and textured by decades under the desert sun, long grey hair pulled back in elaborate braids adorned with small metal ornaments and coloured beads. His clothing marked him as something other than the typical wasteland drifter. A leather vest bore faded insignia partially obscured by the passage of time, and around his neck hung multiple necklaces made from various wasteland artifacts: bullet casings, small bones, and what appeared to be salvaged pre-war coin. The traveler paused at a respectful distance, observing rather than immediately approaching. Years of wasteland survival had taught the value of caution, especially when encountering strangers in isolated locations. The old man gave no indication he had noticed the visitor's arrival, though it seemed unlikely he had truly remained unaware given the strategic positioning of his camp. After a moment of silent assessment, the traveler cleared their throat and spoke, voice slightly rough from the day's journey through dust and dry air. "Evening. I saw your camp from the road, hoping you might be willing to share your fire tonight." The old man's hands stilled in their work, but he did not immediately look up. When he finally raised his gaze, his eyes revealed a startling clarity that contrasted with his weathered appearance. Dark, alert, and evaluating. After a moment of silent appraisal, he gestured toward the arrangement of stones and salvaged crates that served as seating around the fire pit. "Take a seat, if you're inclined," he offered, his voice carrying the distinctive gravelly quality that came with age and perhaps decades of harsh living. "Was about to light the fire anyway. Nights get cold out here, even after days hot enough to cook lizards on the rocks." As the traveler approached and settled on an overturned crate opposite the old man, details of the camp became more apparent. What had appeared from a distance as simple lean-to housing revealed itself as something more deliberate in its construction. The support poles were adorned with faded fabrics in patterns of red and black, their edges frayed, but the design still discernible, stylized animal figures and geometric patterns that spoke of cultural significance rather than mere decoration. Hanging from one corner was a tattered banner bearing a symbol that many in the Mojave would recognize, the emblem of the Great Khans, once one of the most feared raider groups in the region. The old man followed the traveler's gaze, noting their recognition of the symbol. A hint of something, pride perhaps, or defiance, crossed his features before he returned to preparing the fire. From a small pile of wood stacked nearby, he selected pieces with careful consideration, arranging them with practiced precision in the stone circle. "Not many travelers use this route anymore," he commented as he worked. "NCR patrols pushed most caravans to the southern roads. Safer, they say, more civilized." The way he emphasized the last word carried subtle mockery, though his tone remained conversational. "I prefer the quiet," the traveler replied simply. "And sometimes the longer road is worth taking." The old man nodded as though this answer satisfied some unspoken question. From a pocket within his vest, he produced a battered lighter, a pre-war relic with the faded image of an American flag still visible on its surface. With practiced motions, he lit the arranged kindling, nursing the small flame until it caught properly among the dry wood. As darkness continued its gradual descent across the Mojave, the fire grew stronger, casting flickering light across the small camp and illuminating both figures in its warm glow. "Got some gecko meat if you're hungry," the old Khan offered, gesturing toward a small metal container beside his seat. "Caught a young one this morning. Meat's tender when you get them, before they've grown tough from fighting." The traveler accepted with quiet gratitude, and for a time they shared the simple meal in comfortable silence, watching as the last light faded from the sky and stars began to emerge overhead. The Mojave night sky revealed itself in its full glory, countless stars visible in the absence of artificial light, stretching across the darkness in patterns unchanged despite the cataclysms that had reshaped the world below them. As they finished eating, the old man reached into another pocket and withdrew a metal tin. Opening it revealed several hand-rolled cigarettes, crafted with the careful precision that characterized all his movements. He offered one to the traveler, who declined with a small gesture, before taking one for himself and lighting it with the same pre-war lighter. The smoke rose in lazy spirals above the fire, carrying the distinctive aroma of wasteland tobacco mixed with something sweeter, perhaps one of the various desert herbs that grew in protected canyons throughout the region. You recognized the banner, the old man stated finally, breaking the extended silence. It wasn't a question. The traveler nodded. Great Khans used to control most of the highways north of Vegas before the NCR pushed eastward. A smile touched the old man's lips, though it carried more memory than humor. That we did. From Bitter Springs to Red Rock Canyon, you didn't move goods without paying tribute to the Khans. Even the fiends knew better than to challenge us directly. He drew deeply on his cigarette, the ember brightening momentarily before he exhaled another cloud of aromatic smoke. But that was many years ago now. In the firelight, the lines of his face seemed to deepen, shadows collecting in the weathered contours carved by a lifetime in the wasteland. His eyes reflected the dancing flames as he gazed into the fire, seeing perhaps not the present moment, but times long past. "You're one of them," the traveler observed quietly, "a great Khan." The old man's gaze shifted from the fire to the traveler's face, evaluating once more. Whatever he was looking for, he seemed to find it, for he nodded slowly before responding. "I am Ezekiel, once war chief of the Great Khans, advisor to Papa Khan himself." The statement carried neither boast nor apology, simply fact, stated plainly. "Now, I may well be the last of my people, at least in the Mojar. Some went north years ago, seeking new territories beyond NCR reach. Others fell in battle or simply disappeared into settlements when our strength finally failed. A few may still wander, like me, but we no longer gather under the Khan banner." He gestured toward the emblem hanging from his shelter. "I keep the symbols, the old ways, but the Great Khans as a tribe." He let the sentence trail unfinished, its conclusion evident in the solitary nature of his camp. Night had fully claimed the wasteland now, transforming the vast landscape that surrounded them into a sea of darkness broken only by starlight. The fire between them created a small island of warmth and illumination, a temporary sanctuary where stories could be exchanged without fear of wasteland predators, human or otherwise. The traveler settled more comfortably on the makeshift seat, recognizing the beginnings of what might be a significant tale. Ezekiel seemed to appreciate this silent invitation to continue, nodding slightly before reaching toward a battered canteen near his feet. He took a measured drink, then offered it to the traveler. The liquid inside proved to be water, with the slightly metallic taste common to much of the Mojave's scarce supply, but cleaner than most, likely from a carefully maintained spring rather than the irradiated streams that coursed through lower elevations. "Do you know the true history of the Khans?" Ezekiel asked after reclaiming the canteen. "Not the stories NCR tells around their campfires, or the warnings mothers give children in Diamond City about raiders coming to steal them away in the night. Our history, as we tell it to our own." The traveler shook their head. "I've only heard the common tales, that the Khans were one of the first raider tribes, dating back to the years just after the Great War, that you've survived longer than almost any other group in the wasteland." A look of satisfaction crossed Ezekiel's weathered features. That much, at least, they remember correctly. He shifted his position, leaning forward slightly as he warmed to his subject. "The Great Khans trace our lineage back to the Vault Dwellers' time, over 100 years ago. We were among the first to emerge after the bombs fell, forging a new way of life from the ashes of the old world." He gestured expansively toward the horizon, encompassing the vast wasteland beyond their small camp. "In a world without laws, without nations, we created our own culture, our own code. We took our name from ancient history, the greatest conquerors the old world had ever known. Khan whose empire stretched across continents, whose very name made cities surrender before his armies arrived. The pride in his voice was unmistakable, a conviction undiminished by the current reduced circumstances of his people. This was not merely history to him, but identity, a lineage carried in memory when all other inheritance had been lost. The ignorant call us raiders, as if we were no different from the mindless fiends or the degenerate vipers. He spat into the fire with sudden vehemence, the first display of strong emotion breaking through his otherwise measured demeanor. We were warriors with honor, with tradition. We never killed when taking tribute would suffice. We protected our territory, our people. We remembered our history when others forgot even their own names. The fire popped and crackled as a pocket of sap in the wood ignited suddenly, sending a burst of sparks swirling upward into the night sky. Ezekiel watched them rise and vanish before continuing, his voice taking on the rhythmic quality of a practiced storyteller, someone who had recited these tales many times before. In the beginning, we controlled all the land around what would later become the hub. Our raiders, our warriors, were feared throughout California. But then came the Vault Dweller, a figure of destiny who changed the course of wasteland history. Our people faced defeat for the first time, forced to flee eastward. His hand moved to one of the necklaces he wore, fingers brushing against what appeared to be a small bone or tooth suspended among the other tokens. This began the first exodus, the time of wandering, but we survived, as we always had. We rebuilt in a new territory, reclaimed our strength. The Khans cannot be broken, only bent for a time. Ezekiel paused, taking another draw from his cigarette before carefully extinguishing it against a stone beside him. The remnant he tucked away in a small pouch. Wasteland frugality, wasting nothing that might be reused. For decades we flourished again. New Vegas was still a ruin then, before House awoke and reclaimed his city. The Mojave belonged to tribes, the Boot Riders, who would become the kings, the Jackals, Vipers, and the mighty Khans. We ruled the highways and the mountain passes. Caravans paid tribute to cross our lands safely. He added another piece of wood to the fire, watching as the flames embraced it. Then came the second great defeat, when the NCR pushed eastward into the Mojave. They could not defeat us in open battle, so they struck at Bitter Springs. His voice faltered momentarily, the memory clearly still painful despite the passage of years. They claimed it was a miscommunication, that they didn't know there were women and children in the camp the sharpshooters targeted, but we knew the truth. They wanted to break us, to remove the last obstacle to their expansion. The traveler remained respectfully silent, recognizing the weight of this history. The Bitter Springs massacre was known even to those with only passing familiarity with Mojave politics, a controversial military action that the new California Republic had never fully acknowledged or atoned for in the eyes of many wasteland inhabitants. We survived even that, Ezekiel continued after regaining his composure. Reduced, wounded, but alive, we retreated to Red Rock Canyon under Papa Khan's leadership, rebuilt again as we always had, but something had changed. Our numbers were too few, our enemies too many. The spirit of our people had been wounded in ways that did not heal cleanly. He reached beside his seat, producing a battered metal flask adorned with the same great Khan insignia that decorated his shelter. Unscrewing the cap, he took a measured drink before offering it to the traveler. Inside was a potent spirit with the distinctive bite of alcohol distilled from desert-grown plants. Likely juice from the abundant prickly pear cactus, fermented and distilled, using methods passed down through generations of wasteland inhabitants. When the battle for Hoover Dam came, the second battle, we faced a choice: Support the Legion who courted our alliance. Fight for the NCR who had massacred our people. Ally with House who cared nothing for tribes or chart our own path. He shook his head slowly. Papa Khan was a great leader, but even he struggled with this decision. In the end, some fought, some fled, some simply disappeared into the wasteland. The great Khans, as a unified tribe, began to dissolve like salt in water. Night had deepened around them, the fire now the only source of light in the vast darkness. Distant sounds occasionally carried to their small camp, the haunting call of a night bird, the skittering of some small creature among the rocks below their ridge. The old Khan seemed to take comfort in these sounds, the natural rhythms of a wasteland he had known his entire life. I stayed in the Mojave longer than most, he continued. Led a small band of younger warriors, trying to maintain the old ways, but each year brought fewer new initiates, more dead or departed veterans. The young no longer saw glory in our path. They saw hardship without purpose, danger without reward. The settlements offered easier lives, the NCR offered structure, even the followers offered a chance to build rather than merely survive. The admission seemed to cost him something, a concession to reality that did not come easily to a proud warrior. Ezekiel's gaze drifted upward to the star-filled sky, as though seeking something in that eternal tableau that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless human endeavors. 5 years ago, I led our last raid, a small caravan carrying medical supplies to an NCR outpost. We took what we needed, left them enough to continue their journey. By the old code, a ghost of a smile crossed his face. 3 of my warriors died in the fighting. They were buried with honor, but they were the last to receive Khan funeral rites. After that, the remaining few drifted away one by one, some north to join distant cousins beyond NCR territory, others simply gone. He gestured to the small camp around them. Now there is only this, one old warrior keeping the embers of a once great tribe alive through stories and symbols. Silence settled between them, broken only by the gentle crackling of the fire. The traveler considered the tale, this history spoken from the losing side of the Mojave's recent conflicts. Such perspectives rarely found their way into the officially sanctioned histories that NCR educators taught to children in frontier settlements. Yet they contain truths no less valid for being unwelcome to the current powers. "Why do you remain?" the traveler asked finally. "Why not join those who went north?" Ezekiel seemed to have expected the question. "The journey north is for the young, for those who can build something new. My place is here, where our history was made. The Mojave soil holds the bones of my ancestors, my brothers and sisters in battle, my wife and son taken at Bitter Springs. I cannot leave them to be forgotten." He reached into a small pouch at his belt, retrieving something that caught the firelight with a metallic gleam. Opening his palm, he revealed a great Khan insignia fashioned as a medallion, similar to the banner that hung on his shelter, but worked in metal with surprising craftsmanship. "Each night, I tell our stories to the stars, so that something of us remains in the world." He closed his fingers around the medallion once more. "Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps not. But it is what I can offer to those who came before." The fire had begun to burn lower, the wood supply diminishing as the night deepened. Ezekiel added the last few pieces from his small stack, arranging them with the same care he had shown earlier. The flames responded by rising once more, pushing back the darkness for a little while longer. "Tomorrow I ride south," he said suddenly, the declaration seeming to come from some decision reached during their conversation. "There are places I have not visited in many years. graves unmarked except in my memory. Perhaps it is time to make a final journey, to say proper farewells. The traveler nodded, understanding the significance of such a pilgrimage, a worthy journey. Yes, Ezekiel seemed to take comfort in the simple agreement. My Brahmin is old, like me, but she has enough strength for one last long ride. We will visit the places of our glory first. Prim Pass, where we ambushed an NCR patrol that had strayed into our territory. The Mesquite Mountains, where we once maintained a camp that could shelter 50 warriors. Then the places of sorrow, Bitter Springs, the graves of those who fell defending our way of life. As he spoke, a subtle shift occurred in his demeanor. The weariness that had marked him seemed to lighten somewhat, replaced by purpose. His shoulders straightened almost imperceptibly, his gaze becoming more focused as he detailed the journey ahead. I have saved a final cigarette for each sacred site, he continued, patting the metal container visible in his vest pocket. One to share with the spirits of those who remain. A small offering, but sincerely given. The traveler recognized the ritual nature of what Ezekiel described. Not merely a journey of remembrance, but a ceremonial farewell, perhaps even a preparation for his own eventual end. Rather than diminishing the old warrior, the acknowledgement of mortality seemed to invest him with a certain dignity, an acceptance that belonged to one who had already outlived his time and made peace with that knowledge. As night progressed toward its deepest hours, they shared more tales beside the gradually diminishing fire. Ezekiel spoke of victories long past, successful raids against rival tribes, the crafting of the great Khan insignia that had become their identity, elaborate ceremonies that had marked the passage of young warriors into full tribal membership. He described the legendary strength of Papa Khan, capable of defeating any challenger in hand-to-hand combat well into his later years. He recounted tribal songs, now sung by no living voice but his own, stories preserved only in his memory. The traveler listened with respectful attention, recognizing the gift being offered, knowledge that would otherwise vanish from the world with Ezekiel's eventual passing. Though the great Khans had been enemies to many throughout the Mojave, their history represented part of the complex tapestry that made up wasteland society. Their code, their traditions, their very existence had helped shape the current reality, and their absence had left a void that other groups had rushed to fill, for better or worse. Eventually, the fire burned down to glowing embers, providing warmth but little light as the night reached its midpoint. The stars wheeled slowly overhead, constellations shifting position in their eternal procession across the vault of heaven. Ezekiel glanced upward, reading the time from patterns unchanged since before humanity had split the atom and rewritten the face of the earth. Dawn comes in a few hours, he observed. You should rest if you plan to travel tomorrow. The traveler nodded, grateful for the hospitality that had been extended without question or condition, a courtesy not always found in the wasteland. And you? I will sleep soon enough, Ezekiel replied, his gaze returning to the dying embers. But first, I owe the night a few more words. Old rituals don't abandon their hold easily. Understanding the desire for privacy in such moments, the traveler moved toward a clear space near the edge of the camp. Unrolling a weathered sleeping mat, they settled beneath the star-filled sky, close enough to benefit from the fire's residual warmth, but far enough to provide the old Khan space for his private communion with memory and tradition. As sleep approached, the traveler heard Ezekiel's voice rise softly in what sounded like a chant or perhaps a prayer, the words in a language not immediately recognizable, possibly a dialect unique to the great Khans. or perhaps something cobbled together from multiple sources over the decades since the bombs fell. The sound carried no threat, only a profound sense of continuity, of connection to something that stretched backward through time and would continue in some form even after the singer had departed. Morning arrived with the gentle persistence characteristic of the Mojave Desert. First a subtle lightening along the eastern horizon, then a gradual warming as the sun's edge breached the distant mountains. The traveler woke to find the camp already stirring with activity. Ezekiel moved with purpose, dismantling his shelter with practiced efficiency, carefully folding the banner bearing the Great Khan insignia before stowing it in one of several packs arranged nearby. A short distance from the camp, a Brahmin stood patiently, an ancient beast with patches of hair missing from its twin heads, yet still possessing a certain sturdy reliability in its stance. The creature had been adorned with decorations similar to those Ezekiel himself wore, strands of beads hanging from its horns, small metal tokens attached to its harness. This was not merely a beast of burden, but a companion, perhaps the last besides its master to bear the symbols of the Great Khan tribe. "You're truly leaving, then," the traveler observed, approaching as Ezekiel secured the final pack to the Brahmin's harness. The old Khan nodded, giving the strap one last tug to ensure it would hold during the journey ahead. "The road calls, and I have kept it waiting too long already." He turned, surveying the campsite that had sheltered him for what had clearly been an extended period. Little evidence would remain of his presence once he departed, a testament to the wasteland dwellers' habit of traveling lightly upon the land, leaving minimal trace of their passing. From within his vest, Ezekiel produced a small leather pouch, offering it to the traveler. "Healing powder, Khan recipe, more effective than what the caravans trade. Might prove useful on your travels." The traveler accepted the gift with appropriate gravity, recognizing it as more than simple medicine. It represented a small piece of Khan knowledge, freely given to an outsider. "Thank you. I'll use it well." Ezekiel nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. "One last thing," he said, reaching once more into his vest. From an inner pocket he withdrew an object wrapped in faded cloth. Unwrapping it revealed a knife, its blade showing the distinctive pattern of metal that had been folded and hammered countless times in the wasteland forging process. The handle was wrapped in Brahmin leather, darkened by years of handling, and at its pommel was set a small stone of deep red, possibly jasper, found in certain Mojave canyons and considered valuable by many tribal groups. "A Khan warrior's first blade is given by his teacher," Ezekiel explained, holding the knife with obvious reverence. "This was mine, given to me by War Chief Kestrel when I completed my training 50 years ago. I carried it through every battle, every journey. It has drawn blood and cut bread in equal measure." He extended the knife, handle first, toward the traveler. "I have no apprentice to receive it, no son or daughter to carry it forward. Perhaps you will find a worthy purpose for it instead." The traveler hesitated, recognizing the immense significance of what was being offered. This was no simple tool, but a physical embodiment of Khan tradition, a connection to their history that Ezekiel was choosing to entrust to someone outside his tribe. After a moment's consideration, they accepted the knife with both hands, acknowledging the honor being bestowed. "I will remember its history," the traveler promised, "and yours." A look of profound satisfaction crossed the old Khan's weathered features. He extended his arm in what was clearly a tribal gesture, which the traveler mirrored after a moment's observation, their forearms clasped in the warrior's grip. Not a handshake as practiced in NCR territories, but a more ancient acknowledgement between equals on the wasteland road. The followers have a saying, Ezekiel remarked as they released the grip. History is written by the victors, but memory belongs to those who live it, victor or vanquished. He tapped his temple with one finger. Remember that when you hear tales of the great Khans in settlement taverns or around NCR campfires, there is always another side to the story, another truth waiting to be heard. With these words, he turned and mounted his Brahmin with surprising agility for one of his years. Settled on the beast's back, he looked down at the traveler one last time, the rising sun illuminating his profile against the brightening sky. In that moment, it was possible to glimpse the warrior he had once been. Strong, proud, a leader of his people through glory and hardship alike. Without further farewell, he turned the Brahmin southward and began his descent from the ridge, following a path visible perhaps only to him. The traveler watched his progress, the silhouette of man and beast gradually diminishing as they moved across the vastness of the Mojave landscape. Eventually, they disappeared entirely, swallowed by distance and the shimmering heat already rising from the desert floor as day established its dominion once more. The traveler remained atop the ridge for some time after Ezekiel's departure, contemplating the encounter and its significance. In a world where survival often demanded focusing solely on the present moment, the old Khan had dedicated his remaining days to preserving the past, to ensuring that something of his people's legacy continued beyond their physical presence in the Mojave. There was wisdom in this, perhaps, the recognition that cultures, like individuals, achieved a kind of immortality through the stories told about them after they had passed from the world. Eventually, the growing heat prompted the traveler to continue their own journey. Gathering their belongings, they descended the ridge by a different path than Ezekiel had taken, heading west toward their original destination. The Khan knife found a place on their belt, its weight both physical and symbolic, a reminder of promises made and histories preserved. As the traveler walked the dusty roads stretching toward the horizon, their thoughts remained with the solitary figure who had ridden south on his final journey. Perhaps someday they would hear stories of a strange sighting, an ancient warrior bearing the symbols of the great Khans, visiting sites long abandoned, sharing cigarettes with ghosts only he could see. Or perhaps Ezekiel would simply vanish into wasteland legend, becoming himself one of the stories told around fires when night claimed the Mojave and people sought comfort in tales of times past. While the traveler continued westward, reflecting on the fading legacy of the great Khans, elsewhere in the Mojave, a lone figure approached a smoldering raider camp. Smoke still rose from charred remains of tents and wooden structures, the acrid scent of recent violence hanging heavy in the still air. The wanderer paused at the perimeter, surveying the destruction with a practiced eye, before stepping carefully into the eerie silence of recent devastation. As our traveler leaves Ezekiel to his final journey, our next tale beckons from the ashes of sudden violence. Join us for Smoke on the Horizon. The Mojave wasteland stretched beneath an endless sky of faded blue, its vast expanse punctuated by twisted Joshua trees and weather-worn rock formations that cast long shadows across the parched earth. A gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the scent of dust and sage, a familiar perfume to those who called this harsh land home. In the distance, mountains rose like ancient guardians, their ridges sharp against the horizon, watching over a world forever changed by atomic fire, but stubbornly persisting in its beauty. Across this timeless landscape moved a solitary figure, a wanderer following no path but their own. They walked with the measured cadence of someone accustomed to conserving energy, each step deliberate on the uneven terrain. A weathered duster coat hung from broad shoulders, its color faded to match the surrounding desert, while a wide-brimmed hat shielded eyes from the relentless sun. At their hip rested a holstered revolver, well maintained but worn from use, and across their back was slung a rifle wrapped in protective cloth against the omnipresent dust. The wanderer paused atop a small rise, surveying the terrain ahead. From this vantage point, the vastness of the Mojave revealed itself in all directions. Rolling hills giving way to flatlands, distant highways cutting through the desert like ancient scars, the occasional glint of metal from long-abandoned structures reflecting the afternoon sunlight. It was a landscape of subtle variations rather than dramatic features, yet to the experienced eye, it told stories of the world before and since the Great War. Something on the horizon caught the wanderer's attention. A thin column of dark smoke rising into the cloudless sky. In the clear desert air, such a sight could be visible for miles. An unmistakable sign of human presence in the emptiness. The wanderer studied it thoughtfully, head slightly tilted in consideration. Smoke could mean many things in the wasteland. A settlement's cooking fires, travelers making camp, the aftermath of violence, or perhaps a signal, intentionally sent. After a moment's contemplation, the wanderer adjusted course, moving toward the distant smoke with the same unhurried but purposeful stride. Years of wasteland survival had taught the value of caution, particularly when approaching unknown situations. But curiosity was a powerful motivator in a world where information often meant the difference between life and death. As the wanderer drew closer over the next hour, more details became discernible. The smoke rose from what appeared to be a small encampment nestled against a rocky outcropping. The location was well chosen from a tactical perspective. The rocks provided natural protection on one side, while offering a commanding view of the surrounding terrain. A defensive position, then, selected by someone who understood the principles of wasteland survival. But something was clearly wrong. The smoke lacked the controlled quality of cooking fires or deliberate signals. It billowed unevenly, dark and acrid even at this distance, suggesting destruction rather than utility. The wanderer's pace increased slightly, curiosity now tinged with concern. Approaching to within a few hundred yards, the wanderer adopted greater caution, moving from cover to cover while studying the encampment through a pair of battered binoculars retrieved from a coat pocket. The magnified view confirmed initial suspicions. This was no peaceful settlement or trader's rest stop. What had once been a raider camp now lay in smoldering ruins. Crude structures fashioned from salvaged metal, wood, and canvas were now charred frameworks, their coverings burned away to reveal skeletal remains. Vehicles that had been positioned as defensive barriers showed evidence of explosive damage, their rusted frames twisted by forces beyond simple fire. Personal belongings lay scattered around the perimeter, some still burning in small, isolated blazes. But most telling was the absence of movement. No figures tending the wounded, salvaging possessions, or even celebrating victory. Whatever had happened here was complete. The wanderer remained in observation position for nearly 30 minutes, watching for any sign of lingering threat or survivors. Finding none, they finally approached the camp's perimeter with weapon ready but not aimed, a prudent balance between preparation and restraint. The acrid smell grew stronger with proximity. Burning plastic, smoldering fabric, and beneath it all, the unmistakable odor of charred flesh. The camp's entrance had been formed by two vehicles positioned to create a narrow passage, easily defensible in normal circumstances. Now these makeshift gates told the first part of the story. Deep impact marks pitted their surfaces, consistent with high-caliber rounds striking from outside the perimeter. The pattern suggested a concentrated attack rather than the scattered exchanges typical of wasteland skirmishes between rival groups. Beyond this entrance point, the Wanderer moved with increased vigilance, scanning continuously for threats while absorbing details of the destruction. Boot prints marked the dusty ground in overlapping patterns, some showing the distinctive treads of military-style footwear, others the varied impressions of wasteland cobbling. Shell casings lay scattered in small clusters, primarily concentrated near defensive positions, suggesting the camp's occupants had returned fire during the attack. The central area of the camp revealed the most complete destruction. What had likely been the main gathering space was now a blackened clearing, with the remains of cooking equipment, seating arrangements, and personal effects fused together by intense heat. Several bodies lay where they had fallen, their features rendered unidentifiable by fire, positions suggesting they had been caught in the open during the initial assault. Moving methodically through the ruins, the Wanderer pieced together more of the narrative. This had been a substantial raider encampment, housing perhaps 20 individuals based on sleeping arrangements still partially visible among the wreckage. Their defenses had been considerable. Sandbagged firing positions, strategically placed barrels providing cover, even primitive alarm systems consisting of suspended cans that would rattle when disturbed. Yet these preparations had proven insufficient against whatever force had descended upon them. Near what appeared to have been a supply cache, now reduced to scattered containers and spilled contents, the Wanderer discovered a more organized collection of items. Unlike the random distribution of most debris, these had been deliberately placed. Ammunition boxes stacked neatly, weapon parts arranged by type, medical supplies sorted by potential value. This was not the chaos of battle, but the methodical work of victors cataloguing spoils before departure. Someone took their time after the fighting stopped, the Wanderer murmured, voice barely audible even in the profound silence of the ruined camp. Professionals, not opportunists. This assessment brought new questions. Raiders typically fell victim to several potential enemies in the Mojave wasteland. NCR patrols eliminating threats to trade routes, rival gangs expanding territory, even wasteland creatures attacking in sufficient numbers to overwhelm human defenses. But few of these would linger to sort through supplies with such precision, particularly while bodies still smoldered nearby. Continuing the careful exploration, the Wanderer approached a structure that had survived more intact than most. A small bunker fashioned from concrete blocks and reinforced with metal plating, likely serving as the leadership's quarters or perhaps a secure storage for valuable items. Its door hung open, the interior dark after the bright desert sunlight. Drawing a small flashlight from a coat pocket, the Wanderer illuminated the space before entering. Inside, the scene differed markedly from the destruction outside. Rather than fire damage, this space showed evidence of thorough searching. Containers overturned, wall panels removed, flooring partially lifted to reveal potential hiding spaces beneath. A desk constructed from a repurposed door laid across two filing cabinets had been cleared of items, its surface now bearing only dust outlines where objects had recently rested. They were looking for something specific, the Wanderer observed, studying the patterns of disturbance. This hadn't been simple looting, but targeted retrieval, the difference evident in what had been taken versus what remained. Valuables like bottle caps, the wasteland's de facto currency, lay scattered and ignored, while technical components appeared to have been selectively removed. A sound, barely perceptible but distinct from the settling of burning materials outside, brought the Wanderer to immediate alertness. The flashlight switched off in a smooth motion, plunging the bunker back into shadow, penetrated only by thin beams of sunlight entering through ventilation openings. The revolver appeared in hand, aimed toward the source of the noise. A collapsed section of shelving near the back wall. "Come out slowly," the Wanderer directed, voice calm but carrying unmistakable authority. "I'm not looking for trouble, but I won't hesitate if you make trouble for me." Several seconds of silence followed before another sound emerged, a weak cough followed by labored breathing. The Wanderer approached cautiously, maintaining the weapon's aim while using one boot to carefully shift debris aside. Beneath the collapsed shelving lay a man, his raider affiliation evident from the patchwork armor adorned with the distinctive markings of wasteland predators. Blood had soaked through his clothing from multiple wounds, and burns covered one side of his face, the flesh angry and blistered. "Still here," the raider managed, each word clearly costing significant effort. His eyes focused with difficulty on the Wanderer, pupils dilated from shock or perhaps chems. "Thought they got everyone." The Wanderer holstered the revolver in a smooth motion, recognizing no threat from this grievously wounded individual. Kneeling beside him, experienced eyes assessed his condition. Multiple gunshot wounds to the torso, significant blood loss, extensive burns, and likely internal injuries from the collapsed shelving. His chances of survival, even with immediate medical attention, were virtually non-existent. "What happened here?" the Wanderer asked, voice softening slightly though maintaining emotional distance. Experience had taught the value of compassion, but also its limits in the harsh reality of wasteland existence. The raider's breathing came in irregular gasps, blood bubbling slightly at the corner of his mouth, a sure sign of lung damage. "Came at dawn, like shadows, professional, military gear, thought NCR at first, but..." He coughed painfully, more blood appearing. "No uniforms, no talking, just hand signals, like ghosts." From a coat pocket, the Wanderer produced a small canteen and carefully supported the man's head, allowing him a sip of water. It was a mercy rather than medical aid, bringing momentary comfort rather than healing. But such small kindnesses defined humanity in the wasteland as much as the violence that necessitated them. "What were they after?" the Wanderer asked after the raider had taken several labored breaths. "The transmitter, radio equipment." His voice strengthened momentarily, perhaps from the water or the urgency of sharing information before the end. "Boss found it. Old military bunker. Been picking up signals. Strange patterns. Started recording them." This revelation added significant context to the methodical searching the Wanderer had observed. Communications equipment held particular value in the wasteland, but most raiders would simply use such technology for coordination rather than monitoring mysterious transmissions. Something unusual had been happening at this camp, something beyond typical raider activities. "Do you know what the signals were, what they meant?" the Wanderer pressed, sensing the man's time growing short. The raider's focus seemed to drift momentarily, his gaze moving past the Wanderer to some middle distance. When he spoke again, his voice had taken on an almost dreamy quality despite the pain evident in his features. "Numbers, just strings of numbers. Boss got obsessed. Stayed up all night listening, said someone important would pay big for what we found." His breathing grew more labored, each inhalation a visible struggle. They knew exactly what they wanted. Killed everyone. Took all the recordings, the equipment. So fast, so quiet. His voice trailed off, the effort of speaking apparently depleting his remaining strength. The Wanderer waited patiently, neither pressing for more information nor offering false assurances about recovery. After several moments, the raider's eyes refocused, something urgent seeming to occur to him. "Shadows," he whispered, voice barely audible now. "Not Ensia, not Legion, something else. They moved like... weren't even human, no sound, just there, suddenly. Eyes. Their eyes were wrong." His hand suddenly clutched at the Wanderer's coat sleeve with surprising strength for one so grievously wounded. "If you're smart, don't follow them. Some things, better not knowing." With these words, his grip loosened, hand falling limply to his side. A few more labored breaths escaped his lips before his chest stilled, eyes fixed and unseeing on the bunker ceiling. The Wanderer remained motionless for a respectful moment before gently closing the man's eyes with 2 fingers, a simple gesture of acknowledgement for a life ended, regardless of how that life had been lived. Rising from beside the body, the Wanderer conducted a more thorough examination of the bunker, now possessing context for what had occurred. Near the desk, scattered papers bore handwritten notes, sequences of numbers, timestamps, signal strength recordings. Most had been taken based on the empty spaces and disturbed dust, but a few pages had fallen beneath the desk during the search and escaped notice. The Wanderer collected these overlooked documents, studying the crude notations. Most contained simple numerical sequences, apparently copied directly from radio transmissions, along with dates and times of reception. Nothing immediately indicated their significance, yet someone had evidently valued them enough to launch a precise, devastating attack to retrieve them, and the equipment that had received them. Emerging from the bunker into the harsh daylight once more, the Wanderer surveyed the destroyed camp with new understanding. This hadn't been a typical wasteland skirmish over territory or resources. Something more calculated had occurred here, a targeted strike to secure specific information and eliminate all witnesses. The precision described by the dying raider suggested organization and training beyond typical wasteland factions. Moving to the camp's perimeter, the Wanderer began a systematic search for tracks or evidence indicating the attacker's direction of travel. Years of survival had honed tracking skills that now proved valuable, revealing subtle signs nearly invisible to less experienced eyes. Displaced stones, bent vegetation, occasional boot prints in softer soil. These traces formed a pattern leading northeast, away from the camp and toward more rugged terrain. The Wanderer stood contemplating this discovery as the sun began its gradual descent toward the western horizon. Following such a trail meant potential danger, particularly if the attackers were as formidable as the evidence suggested. Yet the mystery presented its own form of compulsion. Communications equipment, numerical transmissions, and a force willing to eliminate an entire raider camp to secure them. Such elements hinted at larger machinations within the Mojave, the kind of knowledge that could prove valuable or deadly, often both simultaneously. As twilight approached, the Wanderer made camp at a safe distance from the destroyed raider outpost, selecting a defensible position among rock formations that offered both concealment and multiple escape routes if needed. A small fire, carefully shielded to minimize visible light, provided warmth against the desert night's encroaching chill, while heating a simple meal of preserved meat and dried vegetables, rehydrated in a battered cooking pot. Under starlight that illuminated the wasteland with surprising clarity, the Wanderer examined the salvaged papers more thoroughly. The numerical sequences followed patterns that seemed deliberate rather than random. Repeating segments, specific intervals between transmissions, consistent groupings of digits. Without context, their meaning remained elusive, yet their very existence raised intriguing questions. Why would anyone broadcast seemingly meaningless numbers? Who would receive them, and for what purpose? The wasteland had its share of mysteries, Technological relics from before the war, experiments conducted by factions like the Enclave or Brotherhood of Steel, even the occasional madness of isolation that led lone individuals to create elaborate systems comprehensible only to themselves. Yet something about this particular puzzle suggested greater significance, a conclusion supported by the resources committed to containing it. Sleep came in measured intervals that night, the Wanderer waking every few hours to confirm security before returning to rest. Years of wasteland travel had refined the ability to maintain vigilance even during sleep, body and mind attuned to subtle changes in the environment that might signal danger. In the profound silence of the desert night, such awareness was both burden and blessing, allowing survival where others perished, yet never permitting complete relaxation. Morning arrived with the gradual transformation characteristic of the Mojave. First, a subtle lightening along the eastern horizon, then a spreading palette of color as sunlight painted the landscape in hues of gold and amber. The Wanderer rose with these changes, breaking camp with practiced efficiency that left minimal evidence of presence. The fire's ashes were scattered, sleeping positions smoothed over, all traces of human activity minimized according to habits formed through countless similar mornings. Before departing, the Wanderer climbed to a vantage point offering clear views across the surrounding terrain. Through binoculars, the ruined raider camp remained visible in the distance, thin wisps of smoke still rising from smoldering remnants despite the night's passage. Beyond it stretched the vastness of the Mojave, seemingly empty yet containing countless hidden dangers and opportunities for those who knew how to recognize them. The decision awaiting the Wanderer held no simple answer. Following the attacker's trail offered potential knowledge but significant risk. Abandoning the mystery meant safer travels, but leaving unanswered questions that might prove important to future wasteland navigation. Both paths had merit, according to the pragmatic calculus of survival, yet neither satisfied completely. After thoughtful consideration, the Wanderer descended from the vantage point, having reached a characteristic compromise. Follow the trail but with heightened caution, maintaining distance and gathering information rather than seeking direct confrontation. In the wasteland, knowledge frequently preceded survival, particularly regarding new threats or factions capable of the precision demonstrated at the raider camp. The morning hours passed in careful tracking, the Wanderer following signs that grew increasingly subtle as the trail moved into rockier terrain. Boot prints appeared less frequently, replaced by displacement patterns in gravel or scraped lichen on boulders where passing figures had brushed against stone surfaces. These traces spoke of individuals trained in movement techniques designed to minimize visible evidence, another indication of uncommon sophistication. Around midday, the trail led to a narrow canyon cutting between weather-worn cliffs. Such formations presented natural choke points, potentially dangerous to enter without knowing what awaited within. The Wanderer approached with appropriate caution, studying the terrain through binoculars before proceeding. The canyon showed no immediate signs of human presence. No movement visible, no unnatural sounds disrupting the desert silence, yet something about the stillness felt deliberate rather than natural, an absence that suggested concealment rather than emptiness. Trusting this instinct, the Wanderer sought an alternative route, locating a steep path that ascended the canyon wall to provide an elevated perspective. The climb proved challenging, loose rock occasionally sliding beneath boots to cascade downward in small avalanches that echoed between the canyon walls. Each such sound brought momentary stillness, the Wanderer freezing in position while scanning for any response to the noise. None came, yet the sense of being observed never diminished, a persistent awareness that raised the fine hairs at the nape of the neck, despite the day's growing heat. Reaching a suitable vantage point, The Wanderer settled into a protected position among boulders that offered concealment while providing clear views into the canyon below. Hours passed in patient observation, the sun tracking across the sky while shadows shifted correspondingly across the rugged landscape. Water was consumed sparingly from a canteen, hunger ignored as a familiar companion rather than distraction. Persistence received its reward as afternoon faded toward evening. Movement finally appeared within the canyon, subtle at first, then more distinct as figures emerged from concealed positions among rock formations and sparse vegetation. Their appearance confirmed the dying raiders' description. Individuals wearing equipment resembling military gear but lacking uniform insignia or identifying markers. They moved with coordinated precision that spoke of extensive training, maintaining formation even while traversing difficult terrain. Most notable, however, was the cargo they transported. Electronic equipment carefully packed in protective cases, carried with evident concern for its preservation. The Wanderer counted 6 such containers, their size suggesting substantial technological components rather than simple communication devices. Whatever had been recovered from the raider camp represented significant investment, both in the equipment itself and the resources committed to its retrieval. The group's destination soon became apparent, a cave entrance partially concealed by overhanging rock, invisible from most approaches but clearly serving as their operational base. The figures disappeared inside with their cargo, leaving 2 individuals posted as sentries with positions offering overlapping fields of view, covering all potential approach vectors. As darkness descended, the Wanderer remained in observation position, watching as the sentries established night protocols. Minimal light usage, regular position changes, communication maintained through hand signals rather than verbal exchanges. Their discipline further distinguished them from typical wasteland factions, who rarely maintained such vigilance without immediate threat perception. The mystery deepened with each observation. Who were these individuals? What significance did the numerical transmissions hold? Why commit such resources to eliminating a raider camp that had intercepted them? Questions accumulated without answers, creating an intellectual puzzle that complemented the practical challenge of gathering information without detection. Stars emerged overhead as night claimed the Mojave completely, their cold light casting the landscape in silver and shadow. The temperature dropped rapidly without sunlight, the desert surrendering accumulated heat to the vast emptiness above. The Wanderer endured this change stoically, experience having long since taught the techniques of preserving body warmth while maintaining necessary stillness for extended observation. Near midnight, activity resumed at the cave entrance. Figures emerged carrying different equipment than before: portable generators, satellite dishes, directional antennas. With practiced efficiency, they established what appeared to be a transmission station, components assembled with the smooth coordination of those who had performed similar tasks many times previous. Within 30 minutes, the system stood complete, a sophisticated communications array capable of both receiving and transmitting across significant distances. One individual, distinguished by a slightly different configuration of equipment, approached the central control unit and began operations. Though too distant for the Wanderer to discern specific actions, the deliberate movements suggested programming or initialization procedures. Shortly thereafter, lights activated on various components, indicating the system had become operational. The Wanderer watched with heightened interest as the team arranged themselves in defensive positions around the equipment, suggesting whatever would follow held particular importance requiring protection. For nearly an hour, nothing appeared to happen beyond occasional adjustments to equipment settings. Then, without obvious catalyst, the team began rapid disassembly of the communications array, Components returned to protective cases with the same care shown during setup. Within minutes, all evidence of their operation had been packed and carried back into the cave, leaving only disturbed soil to indicate anything had occurred. This behavior presented new questions. Had transmission been received, sent, or both? Why establish a temporary station rather than operating from within their apparently established base? The pattern suggested concerns about detection, setting up only long enough to complete necessary communication before withdrawing equipment to protected positions. The Wanderer remained in observation position until dawn, watching as sentries were replaced at regular intervals throughout the night. No further activity occurred outside the cave entrance, though occasional movement of shadows across the minimal light escaping from within suggested continued operations inside. With morning's approach, the Wanderer finally withdrew from the vantage point, moving with particular care to avoid dislodging rocks or creating other sounds that might alert the vigilant sentries. Descending the canyon wall through a different route than the previous ascent, attention remained divided between maintaining secure movement and processing the accumulated observations into coherent assessment. Reaching the desert floor at safe distance from the canyon, the Wanderer paused to consume a measured meal from preserved supplies and replenish fluids depleted during the night's vigil. Physical needs addressed, focus returned to the intellectual challenge presented by recent discoveries. The evidence suggested a highly organized group with military-level training and equipment operating covertly within the Mojave wasteland. Their interest in numerical transmissions implied communication systems potentially related to pre-war military protocols, while their methodical elimination of witnesses demonstrated both capability and determination to maintain operational security. Such elements pointed towards several possibilities, none entirely satisfactory. They might represent a previously unknown faction, with origins in military or government organizations that survived the Great War. Alternatively, they could be a specialized unit of known factions. NCR Rangers operating beyond official sanction. Brotherhood of Steel members pursuing technological objectives outside their normal hierarchical constraints. Even remnants of the Enclave, seeking to re-establish presence in the region. Whatever their identity, their actions represented potential significance to wasteland power dynamics. Groups capable of mounting such precise operations, possessing advanced technology and willing to eliminate obstacles without hesitation, typically influenced surrounding territories, whether through direct intervention or more subtle manipulations. The Wanderer considered potential courses of action while securing equipment for continued travel. The responsible approach seemed clear. Document observations, continue gathering information from safe distance, and eventually share findings with settlements or factions that might be affected by this mysterious group's activities. Direct confrontation offered little benefit given the evident disparity in numbers and equipment, while complete disengagement would leave others vulnerable through ignorance. With decision reached, the Wanderer set course eastward, moving parallel to the canyon at safe distance while maintaining awareness of potential observation. The mysterious group had demonstrated capability and willingness to eliminate those who stumbled upon their activities, making continued proximity hazardous yet necessary for further intelligence gathering. As the day progressed, the Wanderer walked the fine line between curiosity and caution that defined wasteland survival, gathering knowledge while avoiding the dangers such pursuit often entailed. The mystery of the numerical transmissions and those who protected them would require patience to unravel, a resource the Wanderer possessed in abundance, honed through years of navigating the Mojave's many secrets and hazards. The smoke that had initially drawn attention to the destroyed raider camp had long since dissipated, yet its significance lingered. something was moving through the wasteland, something organized, purposeful, and willing to eliminate obstacles without hesitation. Understanding its nature and intentions might prove crucial not just for individual survival, but for the broader equilibrium of power throughout the region. As evening approached once more, the wanderer made camp in a sheltered arroyo, position selected for both defensive advantages and concealment from distant observation. A small fire, carefully managed to minimize smoke, provided warmth against the approaching night, while a simple meal was prepared from remaining supplies. Tomorrow would bring continued investigation, measured risks in pursuit of understanding, and perhaps answers to questions raised by smoke on the horizon. The wasteland continued its eternal existence around this solitary figure, immense, unforgiving, yet containing within its harshness both danger and opportunity for those with wisdom to distinguish between them. Whatever forces operated in secret through the Mojave's vast expanses, the balance between various powers would continue its delicate dance, adjusted by individual actions that together formed the complex tapestry of post-war existence. As darkness settled fully across the land, stars emerging in their countless multitudes overhead, the wanderer considered the broader implications of recent discoveries. The wasteland's equilibrium had always been precarious, with settlements, factions, and individuals negotiating complex relationships defined by necessity as much as choice. New elements introduced to this balance invariably caused ripples throughout the system, sometimes subtle, sometimes catastrophic. Perhaps the mysterious group would prove inconsequential in the larger scheme. Another temporary organization destined to fade into wasteland history alongside many predecessors. Perhaps they represented something more significant, harbingers of change that would reshape regional dynamics in ways impossible to predict from limited observation. Only time and continued vigilance would reveal which assessment proved more accurate. For now, the wanderer would maintain the patient observation that had proven valuable countless times before, gathering knowledge piece by piece until the larger picture emerged with sufficient clarity to inform wise action. The Mojave had taught that haste often proved more dangerous than the threats it sought to address, while measured response based on comprehensive understanding frequently provided paths through seemingly impossible situations. While the wanderer laid plans for tomorrow's continued investigation into the mysterious signals and those who guarded them, elsewhere in the Mojave, a different drama unfolded beneath the same star-filled sky. On the outskirts of a small settlement, a weathered mercenary watched young recruits prepare for their first raid, conflicting emotions playing across features hardened by years of wasteland violence. As our wanderer rests after their discovery of the mysterious communications array, our next tale beckons from the moral crossroads of survival and conscience. Join us for the blood price. The sunset painted the Mojave in shades of amber and gold, long shadows stretching across the cracked earth like fingers reaching toward the coming night. Heat still radiated from the ground, the day's accumulation slowly releasing as darkness approached. In the distance, jagged mountains stood silhouetted against the deepening sky, their ancient forms unchanged by the apocalypse that had reshaped the world of humans centuries before. Within a secluded canyon sheltered from both the harsh elements and unwanted observation, a raider warband had established temporary camp. Their presence manifested in practical arrangements, bedrolls spread beneath makeshift shelters, weapons stacked within easy reach, a cooking fire carefully managed to minimize visible smoke. Unlike the chaotic disarray typical of many wasteland predators, this camp showed evidence of discipline and organization, traits that distinguished the more dangerous elements in the post-war world. On the canyon's edge, partially concealed by an outcropping of weathered rock, Morgan surveyed the camp with practiced detachment. Years as a wasteland mercenary had honed both her observational skills and her ability to assess potential threats with clinical precision. Her weathered leather armor bore the marks of countless conflicts, patches covering damaged sections, metal plates reinforcing vulnerable areas, utility pouches containing tools essential for survival. The rifle resting across her lap had been similarly customized and maintained, its wooden stock smooth from years of handling, its metal components cleaned of dust and grit, despite the harsh environment. Morgan had positioned herself here hours earlier, studying the warband's composition and routines before committing to closer approach. The information gathered through patient observation frequently proved more valuable than any intelligence provided by employers, a lesson reinforced through experiences where incomplete briefings had nearly cost her life. From this vantage point, she counted 17 individuals within the rated group, a number consistent with what her employer had reported, suggesting they had shared accurate information on at least that detail. The band's composition, however, presented unexpected elements. While the majority matched typical raider demographics, hardened wastelanders in their 20s and 30s, bearing the distinctive scars and aggressive posturing associated with their violent lifestyle, several members appeared younger than anticipated, perhaps no more than 16 or 17 years old. These younger figures moved differently than their associates, lacking the confident swagger born of survived violence. They performed assigned tasks with visible eagerness to please, frequently glancing toward the older raiders as if seeking approval. Their weapons, while serviceable, lacked the personalized modifications evident on equipment carried by veteran members. Most telling was their armor. Minimal protection cobbled together from whatever materials had been available, not yet supplemented by trophies or emblems signifying successful raids. "Recruits," Morgan murmured to herself, voice barely audible even in the profound silence of her observation post. Fresh meat being seasoned for the grinder. This observation complicated what had initially seemed a straightforward contract. She had accepted the assignment based on standard parameters: protect the warband from bounty hunters reported to be pursuing them, ensure they reached their destination safely, collect payment upon completion. Such work formed the backbone of mercenary subsistence in the wasteland. Morally ambiguous perhaps, but clearly defined in terms of obligations and expectation. The presence of adolescent recruits introduced unwelcome complexity. While Morgan maintained the professional detachment necessary for survival in her line of work, certain boundaries remained significant to her sense of identity. Children occupied a particular category in her personal ethical framework, off-limits as targets, generally undeserving of wasteland violence, regardless of affiliation. These raiders in training existed in an uncomfortable middle ground, no longer truly children, but not yet fully responsible for the path they walked. As twilight deepened toward true night, Morgan finally descended from her observation position, approaching the camp with deliberate noise sufficient to announce her presence without appearing threatening. Mercenary protocol in the wasteland included clear identification when entering client territory. Surprising armed groups rarely ended well, regardless of contractual relationships. "Coming in," she called when within appropriate distance, her voice carrying the neutral tone of professional interaction. Morgan, hired by Keller. Activity within the camp shifted immediately in response to her announcement. Several raiders moved to defensive positions with weapons ready but not aimed, a measured response, suggesting both proper training and leadership capable of maintaining discipline. An older man separated from the group, approaching to meet her at the camp's perimeter. His weathered face bore the distinctive markings of wasteland veterans. A lengthy scar across his left cheek, burn tissue visible at his neck disappearing beneath clothing, eyes reflecting accumulated hardships without surrendering to them. "Right on time," he greeted, voice graveled from decades of dust and radiation. "Keller said you'd find us without coordinates. Said you're the best tracker in 3 territories. Morgan acknowledged this with a minimal nod, neither confirming nor denying the evaluation. Reputation served practical purposes in mercenary work, but active self-promotion typically indicated insecurity rather than genuine capability. Those truly skilled in wasteland survival let their continued existence speak for itself. Tobias, the man, introduced himself without extending a hand, maintaining appropriate distance for initial interaction between wasteland professionals. "I lead this particular congregation of sinners. Keller briefed you on the situation? Bounty hunters tracking you after the Henderson caravan job," Morgan replied, her tone neutral despite mentioning an operation that had likely involved significant violence. "Expected interception within the next 48 hours. My contract is protection until you reach Red Canyon, ensuring no successful attacks during transit." Tobias nodded, apparently satisfied with her understanding of the arrangement. 3 days travel at our pace, payment on arrival as agreed. You'll want to assess our defensive capabilities, I assume? This professional courtesy, acknowledging her need to evaluate the group she would be protecting, further distinguished Tobias from typical raider leadership. Most wasteland predators operated with excessive confidence in their own capabilities, resisting outside assessment even when paying for protection. His willingness to accommodate standard mercenary protocols suggested previous experience with hired professionals, Essen said. Morgan agreed, following as he led her into the camp proper. The raiders watched her passage with expressions ranging from open curiosity to guarded suspicion. Veteran members evaluated her equipment and bearing with the calculating gaze of those accustomed to assessing potential threats, while the younger recruits stared with less disguised interest, some whispering among themselves as she passed. The atmosphere reflected neither welcome nor hostility, merely the practical acknowledgement of temporary alliance common to wasteland arrangements. Tobias indicated an unoccupied space at the camp's edge where she could establish her position. "Food's ready when you want it. We rotate watch through the night, 2-hour shifts. You're welcome to join the rotation or maintain your own schedule." With these practical matters addressed, he returned to what appeared to be ongoing preparations for departure, checking equipment, reviewing maps, ensuring supplies were properly distributed among the group. Morgan established her space with practiced efficiency, unrolling a weathered sleeping mat while positioning her pack to serve as both pillow and readily accessible storage for essential items. Her rifle remained within immediate reach, a habit so deeply ingrained through years of wasteland travel that it required no conscious thought. Once her minimal camp was arranged, Morgan approached the central fire where raiders gathered in small groups, consuming a meal that appeared to be some variation of gecko stew based on the distinctive aroma. A young woman, one of the recruits Morgan had noted earlier, offered a battered metal bowl filled with the steaming mixture. Her gesture carried eager helpfulness rather than the reluctant service often displayed in hierarchical groups. "I'm Jessie," she introduced herself as Morgan accepted the food. "You're really a mercenary? Like, you fight for whoever pays you?" The question held genuine curiosity without judgment, reflecting the girl's limited exposure to wasteland economic realities. Morgan assessed her briefly. Perhaps 17, healthy despite evident wasteland hardship, bearing only minor scars rather than the significant injuries that typically marked long-term raiders. Her armor consisted primarily of leather pieces, supplemented with metal plates at vital areas. Functional, but lacking the personalized modifications that developed through experience. "I provide security services for payment," Morgan corrected mildly, the distinction meaningful within professional mercenary circles, even if academic to outsiders. "Fighting happens when necessary, but avoiding it entirely is preferable when possible." Jesse considered this with visible thoughtfulness, apparently finding the perspective novel. "That makes sense. Tobias says something similar, that we should only fight when the reward exceeds the risk, that violence without purpose is just wasting resources." She gestured toward the older raider leader, who was engaged in conversation with several veteran members across the camp. "He's teaching us how to survive out here, how to be smart about it." This characterization of raider activities as practical education rather than simple predation interested Morgan, though she maintained neutral expression while consuming the surprisingly flavorful stew. The recruitment and training of young wastelanders into raider bands followed various patterns throughout the territories she had traversed. Some groups essentially enslaving vulnerable adolescents, others offering twisted versions of family structure to those orphaned by the wasteland's harsh realities. Tobia's approach seemed to fall into a third category: structured training presented as practical education, creating loyalty through perceived value exchange rather than fear or false kinship. This method typically produced more effective raiders in the long term, individuals capable of independent decision-making rather than requiring constant direction. From a purely professional perspective, it represented intelligent leadership. From ethical considerations, it perhaps constituted a more insidious form of corruption, transforming potentially productive wasteland inhabitants into predators through reasoned argument rather than coercion. Morgan's contemplation was interrupted as Tobias approached, accompanied by a tall raider whose elaborate armor suggested veterancy within the group. "This is Vargas, my second," Tobias introduced. "He'll brief you on our defensive configurations and the route we're taking to Red Canyon. If you have suggestions for improvements, we're open to considering them." This represented another departure from typical raider behavior, willingness to incorporate outside expertise rather than relying solely on established patterns. Morgan acknowledged the introduction with a nod before following Vargas to where maps had been spread across a makeshift table constructed from salvaged materials. The planned route appeared reasonably conceived, avoiding major settlements while utilizing terrain features for defensive advantage during travel. Vargas explained their standard movement formation with competent precision, demonstrating further evidence of Tobias's unusually disciplined leadership. The warband maintained scouts positioned at appropriate distances, communication protocols using both visual and audio signals, and fallback positions designated at regular intervals. "Not bad," Morgan acknowledged after he'd completed the briefing. "2 suggestions: alter your rest schedule to include 15-minute pauses every 2 hours, rather than longer breaks less frequently. Maintains better awareness among your people, reduces the risk of ambush during extended rest periods. Second, assign specific individuals to protect your younger members if engagement occurs. Their inexperience makes them vulnerable points in your defensive line." Vargas considered these recommendations with professional seriousness rather than the defensive rejection common when raiders received outside advice. "The rest schedule makes sense. Already assign protectors to the recruits, though we don't make it obvious. Don't want them feeling babied. Need to build their confidence." Morgan nodded, understanding the balance between protection and necessary experience for those learning wasteland survival. The conversation continued with additional tactical details, Vargas proving knowledgeable about standard bounty hunter approaches and prepared for various potential engagement scenarios. By the briefing's conclusion, Morgan had developed increased respect for the warband's operational discipline, if not their chosen profession. As night settled fully over the canyon, the camp transitioned to evening routines. Watch positions were established at strategic points surrounding the perimeter, relieved at regular intervals according to a rotation system Vargas managed with clipboard efficiency. The cooking fire was reduced to embers, providing minimal light and heat while remaining available for morning meal preparation. Most raiders settled into sleeping arrangements, conserving energy for the journey ahead, while a few remained awake, engaged in quiet conversation or equipment maintenance. Morgan established her own watch position separate from the raiders' perimeter system, selecting a slightly elevated location that provided overlapping observation with their existing coverage. Professional thoroughness demanded supplementing client security rather than relying on it exclusively, particularly when protecting groups whose primary expertise lay in offensive rather than defensive operations. The night passed without incident, stars wheeling overhead in their eternal procession across the wasteland sky. Desert temperatures dropped considerably without sunlight, though not to dangerous levels during this season. Predatory wildlife remained distant, perhaps recognizing the concentration of armed humans as a threat best avoided. The profound silence of the Mojave night settled around the camp, interrupted only by occasional sounds from shifting sleepers or patrolling guards. Morning arrived with the gradual illumination characteristic of desert environments. First, a subtle lightening along the eastern horizon, then spreading color across the sky as the sun approached. The warband awakened in coordinated fashion, no evidence of the chaotic disorganization typical of many raider groups. Equipment was checked, breakfast consumed efficiently, and camp struck with practiced motions that suggested frequent relocation. Tobias approached as Morgan secured her own minimal gear, his expression reflecting practical focus rather than the aggressive enthusiasm some raiders displayed before traveling. "We move in 15 minutes. Standard formation, scouts already deployed ahead. Your position is with me in the command element if that suits you, or you can place yourself wherever you feel most effective." "Command element works," Morgan confirmed, appreciating the professional courtesy of allowing her positional choice. Better coordination if something happens. Their departure proceeded with the disciplined efficiency Morgan had observed in previous operations. The warband moved through the canyon in formation, maintaining appropriate spacing and vigilant observation of surroundings. Scouts ranged ahead and to flanks, occasionally visible on ridgelines before disappearing again to continue their reconnaissance. The younger recruits remained positioned within the formation's center, protected while still participating in movement. Morgan walked beside Tobias, maintaining conversation at minimal levels appropriate for potential combat situations. Her attention remained divided between immediate surroundings and broader patterns, constantly scanning for anomalies that might indicate ambush preparations or tracker presence in their vicinity. Years of wasteland operation had developed this situational awareness into instinct, a continuous process requiring no conscious effort. "How long have you been incorporating recruits?" she asked during a brief rest period, the question professional rather than personally motivated. Understanding group composition improved protection capabilities, particularly regarding which members might require additional coverage during potential engagements. Tobias considered her question with the seriousness of a leader accustomed to strategic thinking rather than merely tactical reaction. "Started formal training programs about 3 years ago. Found too many potentially useful wastelanders dying needlessly through ignorance or poor leadership. Proper instruction benefits everyone. They survive longer, we gain competent members. Territory becomes more stable with fewer desperate loners causing unpredictable problems." This perspective reflected unusual long-term thinking for wasteland predators, who typically operated with shorter planning horizons focused on immediate gain. Morgan recognized the practical effectiveness of his approach without endorsing its moral implications, maintaining professional neutrality regarding client operations beyond her contracted protection responsibility. "The youngest ones," she observed, 16, maybe 17, recently recruited? Approximately 4 months, Tobias confirmed, watching as the individuals in question checked their equipment during the brief pause. Found them half-starved near an abandoned settlement south of New Vegas. Parents killed by rad scorpions based on what we pieced together. They'd been surviving on whatever they could scavenge, gradually working their way towards civilization, but lacking knowledge of safe routes or territories. His description presented the recruitment as rescue rather than exploitation, a narrative Morgan had encountered before among the more sophisticated raider leaders. Such framing often contained partial truth. Wasteland orphans genuinely needed protection and instruction to survive, while conveniently justifying their transformation into future predators rather than productive settlement members. First combat experience? She inquired, the question relevant to protection planning regardless of ethical consideration. Limited engagement with territorial wildlife and a small viper gang that crossed our path last month, Tobias replied. Handled themselves adequately given their training level. Still hesitant when action begins, but that resolves with experience. Good instincts overall, particularly the girl, Jessie. Natural tactical awareness just needs confidence. Their conversation ended as Vargas approached, reporting that scouts had identified appropriate terrain for their midday rest period, approximately 1 kilometer ahead. The warband resumed movement with the same disciplined formation, crossing exposed terrain before entering a narrow valley that provided improved concealment from distant observation. The day progressed without hostile contact, though Morgan noted several signs of recent human passage in areas they traversed. Footprints partially obscured by wind-blown sand, occasional discarded items typical of traveling groups, a small campsite, abandoned perhaps 3 days earlier based on ash composition in its fire pit. None necessarily indicated bounty hunter presence, but the concentration of traffic markers suggested this route saw more use than would be expected for isolated wasteland terrain. Popular pathway, she commented to Tobias when they paused at one such location. Might consider alternatives if available. He nodded agreement, clearly having reached similar conclusions. Limited options through this section without adding significant travel time. Have adjusted our pace to reach more defensible territory before nightfall. Better positions if engagement becomes necessary. This practical adaptation to changing risk assessment further distinguished his leadership from typical raider patterns. Most wasteland predators maintained fixed plans despite evolving situations, their confidence in personal combat capability overriding tactical flexibility. Tobias demonstrated the situational awareness more commonly found among successful caravan guards or settlement security forces, professions that emphasized survival over aggression. As evening approached, they reached the defensive position Tobias had identified, a small plateau offering elevated sightlines across surrounding terrain, while providing natural stone formations suitable for cover during potential combat. The warband established camp with practiced efficiency, defensive positions constructed with appropriate overlapping fields of fire, watch rotation established before general activities commenced. Morgan conducted her own assessment of the location, finding it well selected for their circumstances. Natural features provided protection from 3 approaches, while the 4th remained visible across sufficient distance to prevent successful surprise attack. The stone formations scattered across the plateau offered multiple fallback positions if defense of the perimeter failed, and several routes allowed potential withdrawal if completely overwhelmed. Good choice, she acknowledged when rejoining Tobias near the central area where meal preparation had begun. Defensible without becoming a potential trap, multiple evacuation options if needed. He accepted this professional validation with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to strategic planning. Fallback position, already designated if we need to abandon the plateau. Secondary camp preparations made by advanced team before our arrival. This level of contingency planning exceeded Morgan's expectations, even given the discipline she'd observed thus far. Most raiders, even relatively organized bands, operated with single-layer planning. Primary approach with perhaps rudimentary alternatives if absolutely necessary. Tobias maintained multiple parallel strategies with prepared implementation, suggesting military background or extensive caravan security experience before his current occupation. Night settled across the wasteland as the warband completed evening routines, equipment maintenance, meal consumption, watch position establishment. The recruits gathered near one of the smaller fires, their conversation occasionally punctuated by laughter, quickly suppressed, as if uncertain whether such expressions remained appropriate in their new lives. Veteran members distributed themselves throughout the camp, some engaged in quiet conversation, while others cleaned weapons or simply rested in solitary contemplation. Morgan established her sleeping position near the plateau's edge, providing both personal security and supplementary observation capability, covering potential approach vectors. Although professional assessments suggested minimal likelihood of night attack, based on typical bounty hunter operational patterns, wasteland experience had taught the value of continuous vigilance, regardless of calculated probabilities. Sleep came in measured intervals, consciousness surfacing regularly to verify continued security before submerging again into necessary rest. Years of field operations had developed this ability to maintain partial awareness even during sleep cycles, a survival adaptation common among those who traveled wasteland territories alone. The night passed without disturbance, beyond occasional sounds of watchful guards changing positions or nocturnal wildlife moving through distant valleys. Morning arrived with characteristic desert clarity, the air cool and still before daytime heat established dominance. The camp awakened in coordinated fashion similar to the previous day, equipment checked and secured while morning meal was prepared and consumed with efficient practicality. Scouts departed before full light, establishing reconnaissance coverage along their planned route before main group movement began. Final day if we maintain pace, Tobias noted as they prepared for departure. Red Canyon by evening, assuming no significant delays. The journey resumed with established formation, moving through increasingly rocky terrain that offered improved concealment but required more careful navigation. Regular communication arrived from scouts ranging ahead, reporting clear routes and no evidence of potential threat. The warband maintained appropriate vigilance despite these encouraging reports, discipline undiminished by repeated confirmation of security. Midday found them traversing a dried riverbed that cut through towering rock formations, the ancient watercourse providing natural pathways through otherwise challenging terrain. Heat reflected from stone surfaces created localized temperature increases that tested endurance, though the raiders showed no signs of significant distress. Water consumption remained carefully measured, canteens shared when necessary to maintain appropriate hydration without depleting limited supply. Morgan noticed changes in the recruits' demeanor as the journey progressed. Increased confidence in their movements, more attentive observation of surroundings, improved weapon readiness without unnecessary handling. The structured experience was achieving its intended purpose, transforming uncomfortable adolescents into more capable wasteland operators through controlled exposure to challenging conditions under experienced supervision. This observation carried uncomfortable implications regarding her protective role. By ensuring these young people reached their destination safely, she contributed to their development as future raiders, potentially participating in the same predatory activities that created suffering throughout wasteland territories. Professional detachment normally insulated her from such considerations. Contracts evaluated based on practical parameters rather than extended ethical implications. Yet something about these particular recruits, their eager adaptation, their obvious desire for approval from veteran members, penetrated those professional boundaries. These thoughts were interrupted by sudden activity among the scouts ahead. Rather than continuing forward reconnaissance, they had reversed course and were returning toward the main group with haste that suggested significant development. Morgan immediately shifted to heightened alertness, rifle moving from casual carry to ready position without conscious thought. Tobias responded with similar promptness, signaling the warband into defensive configuration before the returning scouts had even delivered their report. The group responded with practiced efficiency, veterans moving to designated positions while guiding recruits to appropriate locations within their protected formation. Within moments, the previously straight-line traveling group had transformed into a defensive array, utilizing available cover while maintaining overlapping fields of fire. Bounty hunters, the lead scout reported upon reaching Tobias's position, voice carefully controlled despite evident tension. Large group, at least 12 that I counted, professional setup in the canyon ahead. Blocking positions established at choke point, elevated sharpshooters covering approach. They're expecting us. Morgan processed this information with experienced assessment. The reported numbers exceeded her employer's initial intelligence, suggesting either incomplete information or deliberate understatement of threat level. The described positioning indicated preparation based on predicted route rather than chance encounter. Someone had provided specific intelligence regarding the warband's planned path to Red Canyon. Options? Tobias asked, addressing both the scout and Morgan, demonstrating adaptability by incorporating her expertise into immediate tactical planning. 3 possibilities, Morgan responded after brief consideration. Attempt bypassing their position through alternative routes, potentially adding significant travel time. Establish defensive position here and force them to approach us rather than engaging on their prepared ground. Or withdrawal to previously secured territory, abandoning current destination entirely. Before Tobias could respond, the distinct crack of a high-powered rifle echoed through the canyon, followed immediately by impact sounds as rounds struck stone near their position. The bounty hunters had apparently detected their halted progress and initiated contact rather than waiting for approach to prepared positions, a tactical adjustment suggesting experienced leadership on the opposing side. "Cover!" Tobias commanded, his voice carrying appropriate volume without panicked shouting. The warband responded instantly, moving deeper into protected positions while maintaining disciplined fire discipline. No wasteful response shooting, simply appropriate preparation for coordinated defense. Morgan moved quickly to elevated position, providing better observation of developing situation, rifle braced against stone outcropping for stability. Through her scope, she identified multiple bounty hunter positions now visible along ridgelines approximately 200 meters ahead. Their equipment and positioning confirmed professional status, proper use of available cover, coordinated movement rather than individual action, weapons appropriate for engagement at current ranges. "Professionals," she reported after returning to Tobias's position. "Desert rangers based on equipment pattern, or possibly former members operating independently, not typical settlement security or amateur hunters." This assessment visibly impacted Tobias's tactical calculation. Desert rangers represented significantly more dangerous opposition than standard bounty hunters, better equipped, more extensively trained, operating with tactical coordination rarely found among wasteland combatants. Their presence suggested either unusually valuable bounty on the warband, or perhaps contracted elimination rather than standard capture operation. Defensive withdrawal, he decided after brief consideration. Maintain contact while establishing fallback position at secondary camp. Coordinated disengagement by teams rather than general retreat. The plan represented sound tactical judgment given their circumstances, avoiding direct assault against prepared positions while preventing pursuit from becoming uncoordinated chase. Morgan noted Tobias assigning veteran raiders to accompany recruit pairs during the withdrawal, ensuring experienced guidance during what would likely become their first significant combat experience. Initial stages of the withdrawal proceeded according to plan, rear elements maintaining suppressive fire, while forward groups established movement toward designated fallback routes. The bounty hunters responded with disciplined advance, maintaining pressure without overextending into potential ambush positions. Their tactical approach further confirmed Morgan's assessment of professional status. These were experienced combat operators rather than opportunistic wasteland predators. The situation's controlled nature deteriorated rapidly when a flanking element of bounty hunters appeared on previously secured ridgeline, having apparently circled through adjacent canyon systems to establish position behind the withdrawing warband. Their appearance transformed orderly withdrawal into potential encirclement, creating immediate threat to the retreat route Tobias had designated. "Vargas, take your team and clear that ridge," Tobias commanded, adjusting strategy with the immediate decisiveness characteristic of experienced field leadership. "Morgan, I need you to escort the recruits through the southern passage while we hold position here." This assignment represented reasonable tactical allocation given her contracted protection responsibility, yet Morgan hesitated momentarily before responding. Professional assessment recognized the overall situation had deteriorated beyond favorable resolution. The bounty hunters held superior position, numbers, and tactical coordination. Tobias was effectively creating defensive sacrifice to allow younger members potential escape, assigning his most capable protector to maximize their chances. "Understood," she acknowledged, professional discipline overriding personal reservations. Contracted obligations remained binding regardless of deteriorating circumstances, continuing until either fulfillment or death rendered them irrelevant. The recruits had gathered at designated rally point, expressions reflecting various combinations of fear, determination, and confusion appropriate to inexperienced combatants facing first significant engagement. Jessie appeared to be maintaining greater composure than her companions, already organizing their equipment for rapid movement while continuously scanning surroundings with tactical awareness that suggested genuine aptitude. "Stay close, move when I move, stop when I signal," Morgan instructed as she reached their position. "Single file, 3 meters spacing, absolutely no firing unless I specifically authorize. Understood?" They acknowledged with nervous nods. The abstract training they had received suddenly transformed into life-preserving necessity rather than theoretical exercise. Morgan positioned herself at point position, rifle ready, while she assessed their planned escape route through the southern canyon branch. Sporadic gunfire continued behind them as Tobias and veteran raiders maintained defensive positions covering their withdrawal. The group moved with reasonable discipline considering their limited experience, maintaining specified formation while following Morgan's navigational signals through increasingly narrow canyon passages. The route featured multiple blind corners and restricted lines of sight, characteristics that provided concealment from pursuit, but also created potential ambush locations requiring careful approach. Progress continued without incident for approximately 15 minutes, creating momentary hope they might have successfully disengaged from the main confrontation. This tentative optimism ended abruptly as they rounded a particularly sharp bend. to discover 3 bounty hunters establishing blocking position approximately 50 meters ahead, having apparently anticipated potential escape routes and deployed accordingly. Morgan reacted instantly, pushing the nearest recruit into protective alcove while signaling others to take cover. Her rifle came up smoothly, years of muscle memory translating thought into action without conscious transition. 3 rapid shots neutralized immediate threat, striking with precision that distinguished professional capability from amateur enthusiasm, regardless of which side employed it. "Back," she directed, voice calm despite escalating situation. "Alternative route through Eastern Branch." The recruits responded with commendable discipline, withdrawing in coordinated fashion rather than panicked flight. Morgan maintained rearguard position, covering their movement while scanning surroundings for additional threat indicators. The Eastern Branch would require longer travel distance, but potentially offered improved concealment options if they could reach certain terrain features before pursuit organized. Their adjusted escape proceeded through increasingly difficult terrain, requiring occasional climbing over rock falls or navigation through narrow passages barely wide enough for human passage. The recruits managed these challenges with determination that suggested genuine survival potential, assisting one another when necessary, while maintaining appropriate movement discipline between obstacles. As they emerged from particularly challenging passage into slightly wider canyon section, Morgan detected subtle movement ahead. The distinctive shifting of light that indicated human presence attempting concealment rather than natural environmental variation. Raising closed fist in standard halt signal, she indicated cover positions to the recruits before carefully advancing to better assess potential threat. The situation revealed itself as significantly more complex than anticipated. A single bounty hunter had established position ahead, apparently separated from main group during flanking maneuver. More immediately concerning, however, was evidence they had been injured during prior engagement, visible blood staining their arm and side, movement patterns suggesting reduced physical capability. Most crucially, their current position placed them directly in the escape route, with limited alternative passage options. Morgan evaluated options with professional efficiency, despite continuing time pressure. Neutralizing the injured hunter represented simplest tactical solution, clearing passage while preventing them from reporting recruit movement to main pursuit force. Alternative routes existed but would require significant deviation, potentially exposing the group to other pursuit elements already deploying throughout the canyon system. As she prepared to implement necessary action, movement behind caught her peripheral awareness. Jessie had advanced despite instructions to maintain cover, her expression reflecting mixture of determination and anxiety as she observed the situation. Before Morgan could direct her return to safety, the younger woman spoke in hushed but clearly audible tone. "They're hurt," she stated, voice reflecting genuine concern rather than tactical assessment. "We could help them instead of, you know." The statement crystallized the fundamental dilemma Morgan had recognized since accepting this contract. These recruits stood at critical juncture between wasteland identities, capable of becoming either the predators Tobias was training, or perhaps something different, if provided alternative models. Her contracted obligation demanded protecting them while facilitating their development as raiders, yet something deeper questioned whether such protection truly served their best interests in any meaningful sense. "They're hunting us," Morgan responded, keeping tone neutral while maintaining observation of the injured bounty hunter, who remained unaware of their presence. "That's their choice and profession." Jessie appeared to struggle with this pragmatic assessment, her expression suggesting internal conflict between survival necessity and emotional response to wounded human, regardless of faction alignment. "But we're making choices too, right?" about who we become out here. The simple statement carried unexpected philosophical weight, particularly coming from someone Morgan had categorized primarily as inexperienced trainee rather than reflective individual. Before she could formulate appropriate response, sounds of renewed combat echoed from the direction they had come. Tobias and the veteran raiders apparently engaging pursuit force that had followed their escape route. Decision time had arrived, professional obligations colliding with personal ethical boundaries that normally remained comfortably separated. Morgan studied the recruits briefly. Young people balanced between wasteland identities, capable of development in multiple directions depending on experiences and models presented during critical formational period. Her contracted responsibility extended to their physical protection, yet something deeper recognized the moment contained significance beyond immediate tactical consideration. "There's a settlement 3 days east of here," she stated finally, decision crystallizing into action. "Small farming community that accepts newcomers willing to work. They need guards, water purification specialists, anyone with useful skills." Her gaze focused particularly on Jessie, recognizing the nascent leadership quality evident in her interactions with fellow recruits. Different path than raiding if you wanted. Understanding dawned gradually in their expressions, recognition that she was offering alternative to the future Tobias had presented, opportunity to redirect trajectory before full commitment to raider identity. Uncertainty mingled with consideration as they processed implications, exchanging glances that communicated without words the significance of potential choice. "What about you?" Jessie asked, demonstrating awareness beyond immediate self-interest. "Your contract with Tobias ends when you're safely delivered to destination," Morgan completed. "Red Canyon was specified location. I'm modifying interpretation of safely based on professional judgment." This represented significant contract reinterpretation by mercenary standards, yet Morgan found herself comfortable with potential repercussions. Professional reputation might suffer minor damage, but boundaries existed even within wasteland ethical frameworks, lines that maintained distinction between pragmatic survival and complete moral surrender to environmental brutality. "Choice is yours," she added, respecting their agency despite their youth. "Raiders with Tobias if you continue current path. Settlement east if you want different future. I'll ensure you reach whichever destination you select." The recruits conferred briefly among themselves, conversation conducted in hushed tones that prevented Morgan from distinguishing specific content. Their body language suggested serious consideration rather than dismissal, genuine evaluation of presented alternatives rather than automatic rejection. When they turned back toward her, Jessie appeared to have assumed spokesperson role through unspoken consensus. "East," she stated simply. "We'll try the settlement." Morgan nodded, accepting their decision without further commentary. Additional conversation could wait until they had established safer position away from current danger. Returning attention to immediate tactical situation, she developed adjusted plan accounting for injured bounty hunter, still blocking their route, and ongoing combat behind their position. "Wait here," she directed, moving forward alone to address the wounded hunter blocking their path. The encounter resolved without violence through pragmatic negotiation, Morgan offering medical supplies and withdrawal without engagement in exchange for uncontested passage. Professional recognition existed even between opposing wasteland operatives, particularly when alternatives benefited neither party. Bounty hunter accepted, offered supplies with professional nod before withdrawing to position that allowed passage while maintaining personal security. Morgan led the recruits through newly secured passage, establishing eastward heading that would eventually intersect with trade routes leading toward their new destination. Behind them, sound of combat gradually faded as distance increased. The conflict they had narrowly avoided continuing without their participation. The blood price, that invisible cost extracted for survival in the wasteland, had found different expression than initially anticipated. Rather than physical sacrifice during combat, it manifested as choice between potential futures, between continuing cycles of violence or attempting alternative paths despite its uncertainties. Morgan recognized no guarantee existed regarding their ultimate development, yet opportunity for different outcomes seemed worth professional reputation risk. As evening approached, she established temporary camp in defensible position far removed from the day's conflict zone. The recruits demonstrated commendable adaptation to changed circumstances, establishing watch rotation and camp arrangement without specific direction. Their capability suggested potential value to settlement beyond simple labor capacity. Trained defenders represented valuable addition to any wasteland community attempting sustainable existence, while the young recruits prepared meager evening meal from supplied provisions. Elsewhere in the Mojave, another figure watched sunset from the porch of a humble trading post. An older individual, their body bearing scars of countless wasteland conflicts, observed approaching traveler with mixed recognition and wariness. As our recruits begin their journey toward new possibility, our next tale beckons from the intersection of past violence and potential redemption. Join us for the old ways. The setting sun painted the Mojave wasteland in hues of amber and gold, long shadows stretching across the cracked earth like fingers reaching toward the approaching night. The harsh glare that had dominated the day softened into something almost gentle, transforming the rugged landscape into a tableau of unexpected beauty. As darkness gradually claimed the sky, the first stars appeared overhead, eternal witnesses to the world below. On the edge of a small settlement built around a natural spring, a modest trading post stood as testament to human perseverance. Unlike the ramshackle constructions common throughout the wasteland, this building showed evidence of careful maintenance. Its wooden walls weathered but solid, metal roof patched with mismatched materials yet effectively protecting the interior from occasional radiation storms. A covered porch wrapped around the front, furnished with salvaged chairs and benches where travelers could rest while conducting their business. Here sat Curtis, watching the sunset with the quiet appreciation of someone who had witnessed far more than his fair share. Age had weathered his face like the surrounding desert-shaped stone, gradually, persistently, until original features remained only as suggestions beneath the accumulated marks of experience. A network of scars crossed his skin, some faded to silver with passage of decades, others more recent though still fully healed. His right hand was missing 2 fingers, the remaining ones curled permanently around the wooden arm of his chair, from old injuries improperly healed. Despite these markers of harsh existence, Curtis carried himself with the quiet dignity of someone who had found, if not peace, then at least purpose in later life. His clothing was practical rather than decorative, sturdy pants with reinforced knees, a faded shirt beneath a leather vest that had clearly been repaired multiple times, boots resoled with tire rubber when original materials had finally surrendered to entropy. At his hip rested a holstered revolver, the weapon's worn grip suggesting decades of companionship rather than recent acquisition. The trading post that Curtis now called home represented his second life, a deliberate turning away from earlier years spent traversing the wasteland as something other than merchant or settler. The building's interior contained hints of this previous existence, visible to those who knew how to recognize them. Weapons mounted on walls not merely as decoration, but positioned for access. Sightlines carefully maintained through window placement. Defensive positions incorporated into seemingly casual architectural choices. Those who frequented the trading post rarely asked about such details, understanding that wasteland survival often required previous chapters best left undisturbed. Curtis provided fair trades, clean water to weary travelers, and occasionally shelter during radiation storms that made outdoor travel perilous. In return, the small community treated him with the respectful distance afforded to those who had demonstrably earned it, whatever the means. As twilight deepened toward true night, Curtis noted movement along the western approach, a solitary figure following the crude road that connected this settlement to others scattered throughout the territory. The traveler moved with the measured pace of experienced wasteland navigation, neither rushing nor dawdling, maintaining awareness of surroundings while conserving energy for sustained journey. Curtis observed without immediately shifting position, decades of survival instinct assessing potential threat before conscious thought fully formed. The approaching figure presented no immediate concern. Single traveler rather than group, visible weapons carried appropriately for wasteland transit rather than immediate combat. Path directly towards settlement, suggesting legitimate business rather than hostile intent. Only when these automatic evaluations completed did Curtis allow more personal reaction to emerge. Something about the traveler's silhouette against the darkening horizon triggered recognition, a particular way of moving, perhaps, or some quality of proportion that memory identified despite years of separation. As the figure drew closer, confirmation replaced suspicion, bringing with it a complex mixture of emotions Curtis had believed long settled. Mitchell, after 15 years, Curtis remained seated as his former comrade approached the trading post, maintaining external composure despite internal turbulence. No obvious recognition showed in his weathered features, only the neutral watchfulness common to wasteland settlers observing unknown travelers. His hand settled casually near his holstered revolver, not gripping the weapon but positioned for immediate access if necessary. The traveler, Henschel, paused at appropriate distance from the porch, demonstrating proper wasteland etiquette by allowing clear observation before approaching further. He appeared somewhat younger than Curtis, though wasteland living made precise age determination difficult. His clothing suggested significant travel, dust-covered duster coat, boots showing recent repairs, wide-brimmed hat offering protection from both sun and occasional radiation, rainfall. A rifle hung across his back, secured with leather strapping that showed the modifications of someone who carried such weapons regularly across significant distances. "Trading post still open," Mitchell called, his voice carrying the slight roughness characteristic of those who traveled dusty roads regularly. Nothing in his tone suggested recognition, though Curtis noted he had not yet looked directly at the porch's occupant, instead scanning the building's exterior with practiced assessment. "Open until full dark," Curtis replied, voice neutral. "Water for travelers regardless of trading hours." At this response, Mitchell finally turned attention directly to the porch, his expression shifting almost imperceptibly as recognition dawned. He stood motionless for several moments, clearly processing unexpected encounter rather than immediately approaching. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried carefully measured neutrality. "Didn't expect to find you running a trading post in settlement territory," he observed, making no move toward either greeting or departure. "Last reports had you operating further south with Harker's crowd." The reference to past associations confirmed Curtis's identification beyond any doubt. Only someone from his former life would know those connections, those years before he had established this current existence. He studied Mitchell with increased intensity, searching for indications of current purpose beyond apparent coincidental encounter. "Harker's dead 7 years now," Curtis replied, maintaining conversational tone despite heightened awareness. Most of that crowd scattered or joined other outfits. I retired from that particular profession. This framing deliberately ambiguous regarding specific activities while acknowledging fundamental change in occupation represented established protocol between former associates encountering one another years later. Neither directly referenced their shared past as raiders, maintaining plausible deniability for any settlers who might overhear while still communicating essential information regarding current status. Mitchell absorbed this information with slight nod, apparently accepting its implications. Heard something about that. Territory changed hands several times since then. He gestured toward the trading post with chin movement that suggested neither approval nor criticism. This suits you better. Bound it does, Curtis confirmed, finally rising from his chair in slow, deliberate motion that accommodated old injuries without displaying weakness. He stood at full height, still imposing despite years and accumulated damage, before gesturing toward the trading post door. Come inside if you're looking to trade. Night's approaching. This invitation represented calculated decision rather than simple hospitality. Whatever Mitchell's purpose in appearing after 15 years, conversation would proceed more productively. Inside, where settlement residents wouldn't overhear potentially complicated history. Additionally, the trading post interior provided Curtis tactical advantages should this reunion prove less than amicable. Familiar territory, strategically positioned weapons, established defensive position. Mitchell appeared to recognize these considerations, hesitating briefly before nodding acceptance. Appreciated. Been traveling 3 days from the southern territories. Could use supplies, and maybe information about conditions northward. They entered the trading post together, Curtis maintaining slight distance that preserved reaction time if needed. The interior revealed meticulous organization, shelves stocked with carefully catalogued items ranging from practical necessities to occasional luxury goods, trade materials stored in clearly labeled containers, bartering area established with counter space that provided both transaction surface and defensive barrier if required. Curtis lit several lanterns positioned for optimal illumination without creating disruptive glare, their warm light revealing the trading post's contents while maintaining comfortable atmosphere. The walls displayed various mounted weapons, rifles, shotguns, even a few energy weapons of pre-war design, positioned as if decorative, yet placed with obvious consideration for potential access during emergencies. Water, Curtis offered, indicating a purification system connected to the settlement's natural spring. Luxury by wasteland standards, where clean water typically required extensive processing or radiation removal treatments. Mitchell accepted with brief nod, removing his hat to reveal hair gone mostly grey since their last encounter. His features showed the accumulated weathering of wasteland existence. Deep creases around eyes and mouth, the distinctive pattern of radiation scarring along his left temple, evidence of poorly healed fracture in the slightly crooked set of his nose. Despite these markers of difficult years, he moved with the fluid awareness characteristic of those who remain dangerous regardless of age. Curtis filled 2 metal cups from the purification tap, setting one before Mitchell while maintaining his position behind the counter, practical transaction space that coincidentally provided both distance and partial cover. They evaluated each other with the measured assessment of former comrades who had separated under circumstances that left significant questions unanswered. Didn't come looking for you specifically, Mitchell stated after taking several swallows of water, apparently recognizing Curtis's unspoken question. Heard about trading post with fair reputation where New Canyon Road meets the Eastern Trail. Needed supplies. Had items to trade. Coincidence finding you running it. Curtis absorbed this explanation with neutral expression, neither accepting nor rejecting its veracity. Wasteland coincidences occasionally occurred, though experience suggested they frequently concealed more complicated motivations. Been established here 7 years now. Settlement small but stable, good water source, defensible position, enough passing trade to sustain modest commerce. The conversation maintained this superficial level for several minutes. Exchange of basic information regarding regional conditions, changes in territorial control since their last encounter, status of mutual acquaintances from previous years. Nothing directly addressed their shared history or the circumstances of their separation, yet awareness of these unspoken topics remained present beneath ordinary conversation. Eventually, having apparently reached decision regarding approach, Mitchell placed his empty cup deliberately on the counter. His posture shifted slightly, not threatening, but more directly engaged. Heard something interesting last season while passing through Westridge Settlement. Story about former raider who'd turned trader, built reputation for fair dealing, supposedly saved a caravan from ambush by sending warning about former associates planning attack. He paused, studying Curtis' reaction before continuing. Said he chose different path, wouldn't participate in harming settlers anymore, wouldn't join the raid, wouldn't keep silent about it either. The reference to events from 3 years previous confirmed Curtis's suspicion that this encounter was not entirely coincidental. He had indeed warned a caravan about planned attack by raiders operating in adjacent territory, individuals he recognized from his former life who had attempted recruiting him back into their activities. His refusal and subsequent warning had marked final separation from remaining connections to his previous existence. Made choice when I established here, Curtis acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying specific incidents while accepting broader implication. Past stays past so long as it doesn't threaten present. Mitchell nodded slowly, apparently finding confirmation of whatever he had been seeking. Similar thinking brought me here, though didn't expect finding you specifically. He reached carefully toward inner pocket of his duster, movements deliberately telegraphed to avoid misinterpretation. Have something you might recognize? The object he produced and placed on the counter between them brought immediate recognition, despite years since Curtis had last seen it. A distinctive medallion fashioned from flattened bullet casings formed into interlocking pattern. Centerpiece created from pre-war coin with hole drilled through for leather cord. This particular item had served as identifier among their former raider band, marking full membership after proving oneself through various tests and rituals. Parker's people wore these, Curtis observed, voice neutral despite the significance of the object now resting on his counter. Thought most were lost when the band scattered. Found this one on raider who tried hitting settlement northeast of New Vegas, Mitchell explained, watching Curtis's reaction carefully. Young guy, couldn't have been more than 25, probably never ran with original group, was carrying this, using it as authentication to recruit others, claiming connection to Harker's reputation. This information carried disturbing implications. Harker's raiders had maintained particular reputation during their operational years. Not merely violent but methodically brutal, using calculated atrocities to establish territorial control through fear rather than simple force. Their methods had been effective but monstrous, leaving psychological scars throughout regions they had influenced. Someone attempting to resurrect that particular legacy represented significant potential threat to stable settlements throughout affected territories. How many? Curtis asked, question reflecting practical threat assessment rather than mere curiosity. 12 confirmed when I encountered them 3 months ago, Mitchell replied with similar pragmatism. Recruiting actively, focusing on younger wastelanders with limited options. using Harker's methods, targeted examples to establish reputation, building influence through fear rather than numbers. Curtis absorbed this information with deepening concern. Their former leader had developed those methods through years of wasteland operation, understanding that psychological domination frequently proved more effective than direct confrontation when controlling territory with limited personnel. Someone deliberately replicating those approaches. "You tracking them specifically?" he asked, studying Mitchell more carefully now that shared purpose had potentially emerged. Mitchell's expression reflected complex motivation rather than simple pursuit. Started that way, heard stories that matched familiar patterns too closely for coincidence, found survivors from settlement they'd targeted, descriptions confirmed suspicions. He gestured toward the medallion still resting on the counter. "When I found this, confirmed someone was deliberately reviving methods we once used, methods we both walked away from." The implicit connection between their separate departures from Raider existence hung between them, unspoken yet fundamentally significant to current conversation. Curtis had never known precisely why Mitchell had left their band 15 years earlier, only that his departure had occurred during particularly brutal territorial expansion. His own exit had come later, gradual disillusionment eventually crystallizing into deliberate separation after witnessing atrocity that exceeded even his hardened tolerance. "What's your purpose coming here?" Curtis asked directly. Professional assessment having concluded Mitchell presented no immediate threat despite their complicated history. "Information gathering primarily," Mitchell responded with equal directness. "Tracking their movement patterns across territories, trying to establish potential targets before they strike. Based on previous encounters, they appear to be moving gradually northward, likely seeking less established settlements with limited defensive capability. This approach, preventative intervention rather than simple revenge, matched Curtis's operational assessment of his former comrade. Despite their years as raiders, Mitchell had always demonstrated strategic thinking that extended beyond immediate violence, recognizing patterns and anticipating consequences in ways that distinguished him from typical wasteland predators. "Settlement 50 miles north. Fits vulnerability profile," Curtis confirmed after brief consideration. Decision to share information representing significant trust, despite years of separation. New establishment, primarily agricultural with limited defensive capability. Valuable water purification system recently established. Exactly the type of target this group would identify as both vulnerable and potentially valuable for establishing territorial presence. Mitchell nodded, apparently having reached similar conclusion based on regional knowledge. Timing suggests potential targeting within next 2 weeks, based on movement patterns observed previously. Settlement probably unaware of specific threat, though generally cautious given wasteland realities. This assessment aligned with Curtis's understanding of regional dynamics. Newer settlements typically maintain general vigilance, but lacked awareness of specific threats beyond immediate vicinity, particularly methodical operations like those being discussed. Without targeted warning, they would likely have minimal preparation for the calculated approach characteristic of Harker-style raiding. "You planning intervention?" Curtis asked. Question superficially simple yet carrying complex implications regarding both past associations and current ethical framework. Mitchell's response came after measured consideration rather than immediate reaction. Planning, warning at minimum, direct intervention if necessary depending on settlement defensive capability. Cannot allow Harker's methods to establish new foothold in recovering territories. The moral clarity in this statement, delivered without self-justification or elaborate rationalization, reflected similar evolution to Curtis's own journey from raider to settlement defender. Neither required extensive explanation of transformed perspective, recognizing in each other the parallel paths taken from their former existence towards something approaching redemption, or at least reparation. Curtis studied the medallion still resting on the counter between them, its distinctive pattern triggering memories he had believed safely contained by passing years. Images surfaced unbidden, settlements burning, calculated examples made to establish territorial dominance, the systematic application of fear as control mechanism, methods he had participated in, skills he had applied toward purposes that now filled him with profound regret, despite years of subsequent redirection. Settlement to the north maintains regular trade relations with us here, he stated finally, decision crystallizing as he spoke. Their representative arrives tomorrow for scheduled exchange. Would be appropriate to provide warning regarding potential threat, including specific tactical information about approaching raider methodology. Mitchell nodded agreement with this approach. Accurate intelligence regarding threat characteristics significantly improves defensive preparation. Former practitioners particularly qualified to provide such information. This understated acknowledgement of their shared expertise, knowledge gained through participation in activities they now opposed, carried no judgment, merely practical recognition of factual reality. Their former involvement in raider operations provided unique insight into methodologies now threatening innocent settlements, creating both opportunity and obligation to apply that knowledge toward protection rather than predation. Have room available for travelers, Curtis offered, gesture encompassing sleeping quarters behind trading area. Settlement maintains communal meal and evening if you're interested. Might be useful hearing recent news from territories you've traversed. The invitation represented significant shift from initial cautious reception. Acknowledgement of shared purpose transcending complicated history. Mitchell accepted with simple nod, their former association now transformed into something neither had anticipated when entering this conversation. Potential collaboration toward protecting others from methodologies they had once employed. As night settled fully over the small settlement, residents gathered at communal cooking area established near the natural spring that formed their community's heart. Curtis and Mitchell joined this gathering, accepted without particular comment beyond standard wasteland courtesy toward travelers. Conversations flowed around typical topics: crop conditions, trading opportunities, occasional updates about regional developments gleaned from passing caravans. Observing this ordinary interaction, settlers sharing daily experiences while planning future activities, Curtis recognized how profoundly his perspective had transformed since leaving raider existence. What he had once viewed primarily as potential targets, now registered as individuals building something worth protecting, their collective efforts representing fragile hope within harsh wasteland realities. Mitchell appeared similarly affected, his quietly attentive presence suggesting parallel recognition of what their former activities had threatened. Neither spoke directly of these reflections, yet shared understanding remained palpable between them. Remembrance of what they had been, acknowledgement of what they now chose to be instead. Later, returned to trading post, with settlement quieted for evening, they spoke more specifically about approaching situation. Curtis provided detailed information regarding northern settlement, defensive capabilities, leadership structure, available resources, while Mitchell shared tactical assessment of raider group based on previous encounters. Together they developed warning message addressing both general threat and specific methodologies likely to be employed, information that would significantly improve defensive preparation. "We'll deliver warning personally," Mitchell stated as their planning concluded. More effectively received than second-hand message, particularly given sensitivity of information regarding radar methodologies. Curtis nodded agreement with this approach. Settlement representative arrives mid-morning, can introduce properly, establish credibility for your warning, better received with local endorsement. This practical cooperation, applying former radar knowledge toward protecting innocent settlements, represented personal redemption neither had specifically sought, yet both clearly valued. Their previous skills, once directed toward causing suffering, now repurposed toward preventing similar harm to others. Not forgetting or erasing past actions, but deliberately choosing different application of accumulated experience. As they prepared for sleep, Curtis retrieved a metal box from beneath trading counter, removing carefully preserved map showing regional territories with settlements marked by different symbols indicating size, defenses, and resources. Been updating this since establishing here, he explained, spreading the document on counter surface. Tracking settlement development, defensive improvements, territorial changes might be useful for your continued monitoring of radar movement patterns. Mitchell studied the detailed cartography with professional appreciation, recognizing both practical value and significant investment of time its creation represented. Comprehensive regional intelligence. Settlement network would benefit from sharing this information more broadly. The suggestion carried implications beyond immediate situation, potential expanded role, connecting settlements through shared intelligence rather than merely operating as isolated trading posts. Curtis considered this possibility with thoughtful expression, apparently recognizing opportunity for further evolution of his post-radar existence. Worth considering, he acknowledged, neither immediately accepting nor rejecting the concept. Settlement cooperation increasingly important as regional recovery continues. Information sharing logical extension of current trading relationships. This measured response reflected Curtis's characteristic careful evaluation rather than dismissal, potential seed planted for future development after current situation resolved. Their conversation continued briefly regarding specific map details, before practical necessity of rest asserted priority, tomorrow bringing important responsibilities requiring proper preparation. Morning arrived with characteristic wasteland clarity. Brilliant sunlight transforming the modest settlement into tableau of human perseverance against harsh environmental reality. Curtis and Mitchell prepared for day's activities, with efficient coordination suggesting their former association had established operational patterns that transcended years of separation. Without excessive discussion, they arranged trading posts for expected visitor, while organizing information regarding approaching threat into format most effectively communicated. The settlement representative arrived as anticipated, traveling merchant named Sophia who managed exchange agreements between various communities throughout the region. Her reaction to Mitchell's presence showed professional curiosity rather than concern, accustomed to encountering various travelers during regular circuit between settlements. Curtis provided appropriate introduction, establishing Mitchell's credibility through personal endorsement, before explaining purpose of his presence. Sophia received their warning with serious attention rather than dismissal, practical experience having taught value of heeding potential threats regardless of source. Her questions demonstrated both intelligence and legitimate concern for her community's safety, focusing on specific tactical information rather than unnecessary details regarding information sources. Our settlement will be grateful for this warning, she acknowledged after thorough discussion of situation. We'll implement defensive preparations immediately upon return. Additional patrols, reinforcement of vulnerable access points, evacuation plans for non-combatants if necessary. Mitchell provided further specific recommendations based on his knowledge of approaching radar methodologies, suggestions received with appropriate seriousness rather than skepticism. The collaborative exchange continued through detailed planning session, transforming potential tragedy into opportunity for defensive preparation that significantly improved settlement survival prospects. As their meeting concluded, Sophia prepared for immediate return journey, understanding time's critical importance given approaching threat. Before departing, she addressed both men with sincere appreciation that acknowledged the significance of their intervention without requiring explanation regarding their evident familiarity with radar operations. Some debts can never be fully repaid, she observed, with perceptiveness that suggested recognition of their complicated histories. But continued effort toward balance holds meaning regardless. My settlement will remember this warning and those who provided it. With these words, she departed toward northern settlement, carrying vital information that would potentially preserve lives otherwise lost to violence neither Curtis nor Mitchell could have prevented alone. Their unexpected reunion, initially approached with caution bordering on suspicion, had transformed into collaboration serving purpose beyond personal reconciliation. As they watched Sophia's departure, Mitchell turned toward Curtis with expressions suggesting decision reached during their shared efforts. We'll continue northward after confirming settlement preparation adequately established. Other communities along likely radar advancement route require similar warning. Curtis nodded understanding of this choice. Continuation of personal redemption through practical application of former knowledge toward protecting innocent settlements. Trading post remains available when passing through region again. Information sharing works most effectively as ongoing exchange rather than isolated incident. This simple acknowledgement of potential future collaboration represented significant evolution from their initial reunion, establishing foundation for continued connection based not on shared past, but on parallel present purpose. Neither required elaborate explanation of transformed perspectives, recognizing in each other the similar journey from causing harm toward preventing it whenever possible. As Mitchell prepared for departure later that day, gathering supplies Curtis provided at significant discount from standard trading rates, their conversation maintained practical focus on regional conditions and potential protective measures for vulnerable settlements. The medallion that had initiated their substantive discussion remained on trading counter between them. Physical reminder of shared history now serving as catalyst for differently directed future. Keep it, Mitchell suggested, gesturing toward the distinctive identifier fashioned from bullet casings and pre-war coin. Reminder of why we do what we do now, why it matters. Curtis considered this suggestion before carefully placing the medallion in trading post display case containing various wasteland artifacts. Items preserved for historical significance rather than practical application. Positioned among pre-war currency, technical manuals, and settlement foundation documents, the radar identifier gained new context. Artifact representing past from which better future might still emerge, despite wasteland's harsh realities. Safe travels, Curtis offered as Mitchell departed trading post with supplies secured and information exchanged. The simple phrase carried deeper significance than mere social courtesy, acknowledgement of shared purpose continuing beyond their brief reunion, parallel paths serving similar redemptive function through different specific applications. As evening approached once more, Curtis resumed his customary position on trading post porch, watching sunset transform the wasteland landscape from harsh reality into something approaching beauty. The old ways, both his former raider existence and the methodologies now threatening innocent settlements, remained present in memory and current reality. yet alternative approaches existed alongside them, choices directing accumulated experience toward protection rather than predation. Not erasure of past actions, but deliberate redirection of present purpose. Not forgetting former harm caused, but applying its lessons toward preventing similar suffering whenever possible. As darkness gradually claimed the landscape he now called home, Curtis recognized the trading post represented not merely personal shelter, but commitment to different path than he had once traveled. Promise kept primarily to himself, yet benefiting others through its practical application. The wasteland stretched endlessly around his small established place within it, harsh yet containing possibility for something approaching redemption for those willing to choose differently than their past selves had done. As stars emerged overhead in their countless multitudes, Curtis acknowledged both the weight of former actions and the potential significance of current choices. Balance never fully achieved, yet worth continuous effort regardless. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.